time at Roadworthy Rescues, I get a 60 El Camino back on the road for the first time in 30 years. Ooh. Next stop, Cadillac Ranch. This is gonna be really cool. This week on Roadworthy Rescues, a guy has found himself in the panhandle of Texas, where I bought this 1960 Chevrolet El Camino. Plan is I don't have one. I do want to get it running, clean it up, put it back on the road, however, for the first time in 20 years. Now, most people are familiar with the El Camino, but don't really know a lot about them. It was a knee-jerk reaction to the wildly successful Ford Ranchero, which came out in '57. This is a first-gen built on the Biscayne platform. So let's go ahead and walk around this rig, see what it's going to take to put this thing back on the road. And I think we'll start in the back here, because the whole truck, car, trar thing we got going on. Well, one of the first things I'm noticing is a lack of rust. It's alarming. I'm not used to that, but we'll take it. The other thing is it's been painted. It was this pretty teal color, which a lot of them were. It's been two-toned at some point in its life. Back here on the business side, we got a plate last registered in '94. We got a brake juice bottle. Means we don't got brakes. That's weird. And then I'm noticing a bullet hole back here. We got shattered glass in the back and bullet holes in the front. That tells me we are, like I say, in Texas. So it was target practice. All right, let's jump in the cabin of this thing, see what we got going on the inside. Okay, well. Smells like a baby changing table with antique store dust on it. It's tantalizing. It's kind of nice, actually. Grandma's carpet, looking pretty good. Check this out. Heard about them swiveling seats. What about the fully removable? There is no hardware, holes in the floor, anything. There is this Jurassic Park skull, though, that I'm going to make a necklace out of. Rip, rip. Welcome to Roadworthy Rescues. I love these gauges. 59 and 60 were basically the same. This one shows 82,655 dose miles. Don't have an ignition stick. Oh, don't need one. You know, the 40s through mid-60s GM cars, they all do that. We got an Automagical based on this. Looks like a Power Glide. These came with a manual Power Glider 3-speed. We got the best of them, in my opinion. The manual would be cool, but maybe not, because I'm lazy. All right, let's get under the hood. Okay, well, this is not a 283, and it's definitely not a 348. Those were the two V8 options. And it's not a straight 6. This has been swapped at some point. It's got corporate blue paint on the head and the block down here, so that tells me right away that it's a 77 to 82 Chevrolet small block. It's got the modern clutch fan on it. It's got a 2-barrel to a 4-barrel intake adapter. That's different. Normally you want all the barrels. Still on points. Lightning hoses. It's got brake booster with just the single pot of death over here. May have to address that. Those can get a little sketchy, but it's all here. Let's see what it's got for oil. Conventional 1030. No gas, no antifreeze. That's good. But we got all the fixings here to hopefully make this thing run. Where I'm going to start is throw a wrench on the crankshaft, make sure this thing rolls over. Oh, she's turning. Then we'll throw a lightning cube in it. Get out of here. Install. Test the ignition. My voltage meter says that's good. We got gen and oil light. Let's see if it cranks. No. Let's see if it cranks. No. Now we know why it was parked. Probably needs a starter. Holy cobwebs. We need a spiderologist on the show so they can tell us what we're, ruining our lives on. So I was just laying under here eating spider webs and just noticed this is not a power guide. The column indicates it was originally, but when they swapped in this engine, along came with it a TH350. So now we have 3 gears instead of 2. So that's pretty cool. We got glass packs. Then we'll be full of stuff. So first step, take a look at the starter. And I got my Lone Wolf 6000 trigger. Rebuilding starter. I think we do in fact have a bad starter. Okay, well, let's put a starter in. So this is our bad starter here. It's not starting anymore. And I just wanted to show you quick, there are some different bolt patterns. See, this one is directly across. That would be for like typically an older block style. This one is diagonal, not directly across. Thankfully, Chevrolet is really, really good about parts interchangeability. And in some cases, these blocks are actually drilled for both provisions, which this one is. So all we had to do was pick up another long bolt. We should be able to mount this in. Has the same tooth count and everything like that. And a guy went on ahead and put new battery cables on as well. Those ones are from the Nixon administration. All goes well, should be able to climb in and twist the screwdriver, and this thing should rotate on its own. Starter's working, needs shimmed. It needs shimmed. That's fine. I don't mind taking it off again. Bring me high love. Synthesize. Well, the good thing is it's getting colder, and it's actually snowing in Texas currently. Well, we're dealing with the starter here, and I have to eat crow. I said that these starters will just bolt right in and everything will work. I failed to mention that there are flex plate differences. Most commonly, you have a 168 tooth. We have a 153, which is smaller and requires a different starter. But see how this bolt is offset farther from the center than this one. So we're going to have to get the correct one so it'll work with our flex plate. We're going to give her a go. This should hopefully spin her over. No. Oh, you can't make this up. Starter solenoid is bad or something. How? Why? Why? Starter coming out for the 19th time. I think our new starter's bad. That's what's supposed to happen. Not shorts and sparks. So, new starter, wrong style, great. New starter, right style, bad. Can I take new starter solenoid onto that one? Well, I don't know. We could ruin both of them. If If this works, I get a margarita mixer on set. That's all I'm saying. Ice machine, blender, 5 to 6 flavors, crushed or cubed ice, bendy straws, and we could just use Dixie cups because, you know, budget. Charge! Ha-ha! Got it. So this guy shorted out junk. Now I get to put it in for, what are we on, 17 installs? Can't buy new parts anymore. You can't trust them. Can't trust them at all. I have never fought a starter like this in my life, I don't think. Here. The battery's still hooked up there. It smells like burning eyebrows down here. Oh wait, it is. I'm gonna throw something down here. It's either gonna fire off or it's not. And if it doesn't, then we don't have spark. All right. Bring the thunder. Yes. Boom. Let's go. No, I'm kidding. We got a lot of work to do. This sounds great. It's not knocking. It's not smoking. Yes. You know, other than the 17-day starter battle, it was pretty easy, actually. Wait, maybe I should test the transmission first. Oh. There we go. Yeah. Nice soggy reverse with a little bit of drive. Man, we're golden. Smells like someone spilled ATF. Well, the El Camino down here in snowy Texas runs. So that means let's make it run even more gooder. We're going to clean this thing up, tear off this 2-barrel intake and the point system, put a 4-barrel back on it, bigger carburetor, ATI conversion, Craigslist rebuild, the whole 9 yards, and bomb this thing around Texas and find that big 72-ounce steak. Let's dig in. Oh, clean separation. Okay, it's pretty clean. We're getting ready to put the new intake on. Just a little tech tip, because tricks are for kids. These little rubber thingies, do not use them. They have little provisions to snap into the block, all cute like, but 99.643% of the time, these squish out after some time and create massive oil leaks on the front or rear of your engine. So throw these away, and we're just going to use some room temperature vulcanization cream and just kind of weld in our own bead, front and rear about a 1/4 inch, and then we'll plop on our new intake. It goes a little something like this. This is an HEI distributor, so we can just apply 12 volts to this. It's got an internal coil, everything's contained right here. We can just slide this in and then we can get rid of that external coil and the points and all that stuff, which obviously worked, and they worked pretty decent, but these just have good reliability and longevity. Pulling all the sparkulators, massive oil, carbon, soot. So we're going to pretend we didn't see that and just jam a new one in there. Well, we snazzed up our engine a little bit here. Now, obviously, we didn't have to do this, but you know, we wanted to add a little bit of torque, a little bit of power, and ultimately we want to cruise around Texas, so we want to have that. We did that with an air gap dual plane intake here, and then we put the 600 Holley 4-barrel on here with electric choke. We got the HEI in here, and of course, you had to go with the chrome kit. Might get us home, probably not. I got a little bit more to finish up, some wiring, some vacuum lines, but we're running out of daylight, and the real feel is now 8 degrees, starting to get a little chilly. So I think we're going to call it for tonight. See you in the morning. Well, I did make it back to Amarillo by morning. In here in the garage with the 60 El Camino, snowy Texas. We had a snowstorm yesterday. That was kind of bizarre. We're going to try to get this thing running and idling today, but I've got a lot of work to do, and I think I'm going to start with the fuel system, actually. So there's a hard line running from the tank up to the cross member here, then it goes into a rubber line to the actual fuel pump. I'm going to rip that rubber line off, and I'm going to put a new line in with a filter in place, so if we do start pulling rust and Legos and chicken legs, it'll get stuck in the filter and not the pump. And then I'm going to run a new soft line here with another filter before it gets to our new fancy fuel make it happen, or don't want to fill that full of gunk. So it's a race to see which breaks first, my hands from cold or these old rotten lines, basically. Here we go. Oh, what a cream puff. Not pumping yet. Still not pumping. Uh-oh. Not looking good. Confirmed it's plugged. Look, truck, not car. Also, I was just laughing at myself yesterday. 1994 is 30 years, not 20. Right where I want to go, in Amarillo, I see. There's 2 fuel tanks. What am I looking at? This could be our issue here. And then we got some copper line. Well, there might be a switch up here. Found it. There's a ball valve that switches tanks. So now this got really complex because that runs to here and then to both tanks. I put fuel in the stock tank, but which one is that? I don't know. Now I gotta dig through all of this, try to figure out what's going on. It's like Thompson water seal. Here's the deal. The actual fuel tank, the real one, is plugged. So then I hook my line to the second tank and watch. I could blow straight through. So now we're going to try to figure out how to put fuel in that second tank that's in there, saving us 58,912 hours labor, and most importantly, cost on parts. I don't understand. How do you fill it? Found it. Truck bed. It means this tank hasn't been used in a very, very long time because it's covered in wood. There's got to be a better way. What, you've never shoveled your truck bed before? Aha! Gasket. Everything's fine. I've just been thinking about this. Theorizing. This thing has a hidden auxiliary fuel tank and a small block. That gets 15 miles to the gallon on the high. Why would you need so much fuel unless you didn't want to stop for fuel? And this thing was clearly shot at from behind. Maybe this was transporting some sort of items. You know what I mean? Well, just saying. We are down by the border. So now I'm going to go underneath, drain what's in there. It looks like beef broth. Put some fresh fuel in, see if I can pull that to the front, and boom, we got a fuel system. Watch out, Joe. Now I'm moving on to the cooling system quick. Gonna get out this old Harrison rat. All the fins are bent over and folded, and it's crusty and cruddy. We'll jam in an aluminium one, and that'll also help keep this performance engine nice and cool. Well, ain't that snazzy? That's slicker than pig poop on a pump handle, I ain't kidding you. Went right in. So here's where we're at here on this El Camino. We've got the oil change now. We've got a air gap intake, 4-barrel carburetor, HEI distributor, a little bit of chrome, new aluminum rad, spliced into transcooler lines. We've got new fuel lines. We've got it hooked to a mysterious fuel tank in the back that takes a shovel to access. And I think we're ready to go ahead and try to fire this up again, see if the head gaskets work, all of that stuff. Bring the thunders. Oh yeah, new starter too. How did I forget that? It seems to be pulling fuel. So all the old oil and grease and 58 gallons of ATF that I spilled is cooking off of the manifold. That's how you can tell it's warming up. It's an indicator. It's real nice. You should try it. See if the timing's close. Oh. Telling you, a guy's ear meter is dialed. It's barely even smoky in here. So here's the deal on the brakes. There are none. Weird, right? So we've got the single pot of death over here. It is a boosted unit, which is pretty cool, but I'm going to try to upgrade the brakes to at least disc front. So we'll have disc front brakes, drum rear brakes. It'll make it quite a bit more safe and more fun to drive. But that's going to be quite a bit of work. We're going to have to try to convert all of this to a modern master cylinder like this one. This one's a 4-port master cylinder, which requires quite a bit of bleeding in 2 separate functions. We'll cross that bridge when the river gets here or whatever. But first, we're going to try and put this in. Here we go. Joe, where's the 5/8? Ah! The instructions are a little bit vague when it comes to the rod and pedal assembly. The kit says, just take the rod out and put it in your new master cylinder and you have brakes. It's easy. Well, this is our rod, and clearly it's significantly too short to reach the pedal arm and actually plunge the master cylinder. So before I cut up the other rod we have, we're going to try to bolt this onto this, which looks not even remotely right. But I've discovered through methods of using my finger as a tape measure that the rod protrudes roughly the same distance as needed with the old one. What makes it more difficult is this piston is stuck down. So long story short, there's absolutely no precision. I'm just hacking miscellaneous parts together to try to make juice come out of this so the tires stop turning. If this doesn't work, then I'm going to cut everything into pieces and make my own brakes. Somehow, some way, I think this bled. So we're going to keep rolling with it. What I'm going to do, instead of replumbing the entire truck, because we're moving the discs up front, leaving the drums in the back. Right now there's just T-blocks in here, and I'm going to jump these. So right now I've only got this one line, and then I'm going to run this down. It already tees and goes to the left front wheel and the right front wheel, but over there it also tees and goes to the back. I'm going to plug that, Run one line in the rear to a proportioning valve, and that allows us to increase or decrease the brake action in the rear, which is awesome because we can turn them off if we want to accidentally hold the brake and gas pedal at the same time. And then basically all I got to do is just run that one line over to where that T was. Boom, we're done. And then I can actually start on putting in the calipers and rotors and all of that stuff. All that work to just put this on the front. Okay. Me and Joseph are going to go have a drink. Come on, Joe. Well, the guy stayed last night until I lost light, but I was able to get all of the brake line hard lines plumbed. We have all of the brakes, except they don't currently work. Today now I've got to jack this up, get the front tires and wheels off, blow apart the drums, basically strip this thing all the way down to the spindle, and then rebuild it with the dinner plate brakes and the caliper and rubber soft lines and all of that stuff. It's going to be a long day of keeping my hands warm, keeping them busy, and hopefully here we're going to get some disc brakes in the front. I heard a rumor there's a 72-ounce stake somewhere around these parts. We're going to drive this thing there. I am bound and determined. Let's dig in. Rebuilding. Wow, this one's got some spray on it. Trying to get the bracket try figured out. This is going to hold the caliper. We'll be sliding the disc on. I don't know, I'm not used to these fancy brakes. The dinner plate. Captain's log. Garage in Texas. I love brakes. Biggest lie told this year so far. BAM! One disc brake complete. Needs to get worn in a little bit. Still need to bleed it, but now I'm going to move to the other side, rinse and repeat. Time to put some good rubber on this car because we got to let it down and roll it forward so I can get to the back. So we might as well show you the tires and wheels we're going to be going with. And there's a particular style I'm going for, which is 70s on this rig. We got this wheel and tire combo here. These are, I believe they're a 235/60. We're going to get rid of these and go with the classic Krager. But with the kicker, look at the red striped tires. These are a 225/70/15. Slightly taller, but that's because we're going to go with a 255 in the back. I think these are going to look awesome. Let me throw these on quick. There we go. They seem to fit. Boom! Okay, good enough. Let's go. This glass is terrible. Every time I wipe this, there's another crack. We're going to go for a test ride in the Texas El Camino here. Engine's stalled up, running pretty good. Well, it's rolling. First time on the road in 30 years. That's something, actually. Front tire's rubbing. Okay, we'll ignore that for now. Wish the front windshield was as clear as the back one. Motor seems to run pretty good though. Second gear. Second gear. There's second gear. It's shifted. It's getting better. You just gotta drive these old rigs. They'll come back around on you. I don't know who this guy is, but I'm pretty sure I'm related to him based on how he's dressed. And I don't think he's leaning, you see. He's saying, my back hurts. It runs, it drives, it shifts, it steers, everything rubs, it's terrible, it's sloshy, and there's no brakes. So this drive's going really good. So the front tires were rubbing on our test drive every time I would turn them, basically. The disc brake kit moved the tires out 7/8 of an inch. I think that's what might have caused that interference. So I did an alignment, and made sure that we had more room by just cutting the bottom of the fenders off. Well, Gary from Canyon Glass is here to put glass in the El Camino. We actually found some at Classic Industries, and those guys helped us out big time, hustled and got it here. Unfortunately, the forklift driver, while unloading the windshield, dropped it on the ground. It looks like the front one we have now, but we're still going to get a back glass in, so it's more-ish, kind of legal-ish for the road. Gary, you done this before, these old curb classes?
I've done a few. I have not done an El Camino this old.
Wow.
I've done a 68 and a 70
Okay.
for a buddy.
Well, I admire you, because I look at it and go, nope.
Yeah.
So good luck.
Yeah. All right, we're just kind of wanting to take the chrome off here and kind of inspect the pinch weld here. There is some rust, but I don't think it's going to hinder us because this is a rubber set method. It's got the rubber gasket on it. So once we get it cleaned up, get this all off, we'll apply the gasket to the windshield, and we do what we call a rope in. The rope pulls the lip of the gasket over the edge of the pinch weld, which was really common on the older cars and stuff.
Well, the fellers at Canyon Glass made easy work of this back glass in the truck. I probably wouldn't have attempted that myself, but they got it right in. Looks great. Thanks a lot for getting it in.
You bet.
All right, take care. Appreciate you.
Thanks.
All right. Since it'll stop and it'll go, let's get the hood back on this, run it down to a car wash 30 years of filth off of this thing so we can start working on the exterior looks. There we go. Brake check. Mazel. Oh, yeah, we skid. Oh, look at all the dirt flying out of the back. We really loosened her up. All right, what do we got? Lava. That doesn't sound good. Bug prep, we need that. Blasters, yes. Triple wheel scrubber. Okay, we're going with the big dog. Here we go. Such a bad idea all of a sudden. Okay. Yep. There we go. Now we're scrubbing. Hopefully the windshield doesn't cave in. Okay. So far, so good. Now get that tailgate good. Oh no, here comes the high pressure. Oh, it's off, never mind. This is a very confused car wash machine. What is happening? Excuse me, what are you doing? Oh, it's the wheel scrubber. Never been in something like this in my life. Watch the paint up here, why is it so close? This one's just flapping around. This one's gouging the fender in. That one's doing nothing, you're fired. Oh. Okay, we got some colored stuff. That's not much foam for 15 bucks. Look at the side windows. That's not much foam for 15 bucks. I don't think that's gonna clean it. It's just a really lazy, oh wow, this is like a different color foam of some kind. Oh, okay. No. Spot-free rinse. Well, I'm seeing spots everywhere. Rip off. That'll dry the tires off. We just got kicked out of that car wash. That's all right. I was going to ask for a refund anyway. Junk. Well, car wash, not successful. Testing our first burnout. Not terribly bad. Not terribly bad. Too nice of tires to be doing burnouts though. So we got the Vice Grip Garage gloss wipe on clear coat here, and then we'll throw in our clear coat catalyst, mix it up. And then all we have to do is just take this applicator pad and just wipe this on. Nice even strokes. A little goes a long way with this. You don't have to mix a whole can. And this thing is going to be shining in no time. Oh, wow. Clear coat everything. Well, there you go. That easy. We've got clear coat on the El Camino. Talk about a transformation. It looks awesome. Gonna go ahead and drive it back into the garage and let it dry for the night. See you tomorrow. Well, good morning. Back on the El Camino. It's time to lower this thing improperly goodliest. The wrong way. We're going to do our best to do it the wrong way. Using the torch. We're going to heat the coil springs up, apply some pressure, bounce it. Let me know when something's on fire. Should be able to drop this thing 2-3 inches easily. Because right now it's all kind of tooted up. We don't want that. Got to seat it. Bop, 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 bop. Another successful lowering job. Now it's got a little bit of a rake. We can show off those beautiful Kragers. It's looking good. But I got pieces of rat bones and bags blowing around in the cab. Power bait. Power nuggets. The only thing they baited was more rats. Let's take this old yucky carpet out, try to put some new carpet in, clean up the interior. Man, it stinks in here. It's terrible. Oh, wow. Look at all the rust. The cab is completely separated. You can see outside. It's not even hooked to the floor. There's about a 1 inch to 3 1/4 inch gap along the whole back of the cab here. And being this is a unibody, it's going to take some work, to patch this up. It needs a floor pan. Have to fabricate some stuff in here. So we're going to go ahead and fix this. Otherwise, water's going to keep coming in. It's going to ruin the carpet. So we're going to do a little fabrication here. All right. Oh, a little high on the heat over here. Got to get a nice bead. That is some pretty solid metalwork. Fixed. I'm going to go ahead and fix this up too. Nice. Well, the guys fought through brake issues, mismatched parts, bad parts right out of the box, but the fun time is finally here, jumping this El Camino. Go cruise around Texas, see what we can find. There's a lot to see. We're not going to see it all, obviously, but I've got a few spots in mind. So when a guy found this El Camino in Texas here, it had been off the road for 3 decades, 30 years. And it didn't need a ton of work, but we got her fired up. And it's not perfect. And yeah, I cut corners, and there's things we could have done better, but we did it on a budget. We did it in a few days. And that's the point, getting these old cars back on the road where they belong instead of just rotting away. So now we get to enjoy this old rig, go cruise around. We got some scenery coming up here. I think we might even try to find the Cadillac Ranch. The fucking cars in the old bean patch. There's a fire in the barn and the place stays packed. Now they call it the Cadillac Ranch. I'm actually really surprised at how straight this thing drives and how well it actually well, first of all, it's a 1960 math. That's a lot of numbers, old, right? And then we torched the springs. And I'm telling you, it ain't that bad. I gotta be honest. Just like a whippersnapper right off the showroom floor. How fast are we going? 60. Oh man, paint's gonna peel off. This poor thing, after sitting all these years, through it right on the highway, clipping 60, no issues. It's just incredible. It's only going to start running better as we go, too. You got to get these things out and blow the webs out of them. Ooh! We're going to swing into the baby Grand Canyon. That looks awesome. Oh, this is cool. So I'm at a scenic outlook here. It's absolutely breathtaking. There's several more miles of road that go through here, but if you look over yonder, it's like a 10% grade with like hairpin turns back and forth. I think I'm good right here. You know, because no seatbelts or the seat's also not bolted in and stuff like that. No big deal. This is good enough. Next stop, Cadillac Ranch. So this is really, really cool. A guy actually got permission to drive the El Camino into the field right up next to the Cadillacs. It's just all fins. This is going to be really cool. Check this out. We made it to Cadillac Ranch. We were actually able to pull right up to them. Look at all the beautiful fins back here. Love these things. We found this 60 El Camino tucked away in a garage. Been off the road for 30 years. And after a fight with the starter of 3, she fired right up. We had to use a shovel to find our mystery fuel tank back here. Then we were able to start throwing upgrades at this thing. New 4-barrel intake, carburetor, HEI upgrade, cooling system upgrade with an aluminum rad up there. Of course, we had to throw some chrome on this thing to help us get here. Added a few horsepower as well. We got a front disc brake conversion on this thing. Beautiful Krager wheels, red line tires, and then we topped it off with that Vice Grip Garage gloss clear coat. This thing looks amazing. It drives amazing. We bombed it down the interstate allegedly faster than the posted speed limit. It's an awesome, awesome rig. I'm going to hang out here for a few minutes with Cadillac. Of course, I'm going to tag it up with some Roadworthy Rescues. And I'm going to find me a 72-ounce steak right down the road here. I don't know how to spell and paint. I could not be a graffiti artist, I'm telling you that. What is that? That's going to do it for this episode of Roadworthy Rescues, but stay tuned, there's plenty more to save. This time on Roadworthy Rescues, I try my hand at carpentry. Yeah! Pretty good at it, I think. Bingo. What are we doing? I don't feel like this was right. We're weighted down. I think.
Oh, here.
Yeah, that helps. Oh, God, Malkovich.
Get me out of this thing!
Look at Sean's face.
I don't want to be in here anymore!
We'll go find the truck. Should still be behind the bins up here.
Hardly a tight fit at all.
You fit pretty good in there. Oh, there she is. Gramps' old truck. So we're back up on the family farm in North Dakota. And you might remember this, you caught a glimpse of it at the very end of the Cowbell Chevelle episode. It's my grandpa's 46-ish Ford grain truck. And this truck's been off the road for 41 years. 1983 it was parked, which is pretty wild. And I think we're gonna try to get this thing running and actually try to put this thing to use and haul some keys to the bins, which I think would be really cool. But we gotta walk around this thing and see what it's gonna take. This is gonna be a lot of work. So I got these guys here to help me. Christopher's a jack of all trades / carpenter. So I think he's gonna try to tackle the bed. And then Sean, I don't know, he lifts heavy stuff and can do body work or something. This is what I'm worried about. This is a 59 AB flathead, and rumor has it everybody across the land has tried to get this engine running and has failed.
We're gonna have our work cut out for us, huh?
Yes, we are. So I'm gonna probably try to tackle the engine side of it.
Hey, these are full.
What's full? Oh, we got oil. Let's go check out the inside. Chris is digging. Oh, smells like a bowling alley shoe full of mice house stuff. It's not good. Look at all the stuff we got though. Rubbing compound, turtle wax. I'm assuming this is stuff my grandpa threw in here over the years. He really was just enamored with this truck and never got it running, so I hope we can make that happen. It entered my soul. It was really bad. And on the column right there is the registration. Right here, North Dakota Ford, 1.5 ton, 1946 truck, and this is from December of 1983, which is wild. It says it's got 32,000 miles, which I'm sure, positive that is original. The only time this truck would ever go anywhere is when you're hauling grain, so this is a lot of work. Let's check out the box. This is going to be a lot of work too, speaking of work. What do you find?
So they're carriage bolted, which are going to have to be cut off, and they're nailed.
The wood's a little soft. What kind of wood is that?
Balsa. Balsamic vinegar.
So we want to make this functional. And if you're hauling grains, we don't want to lose 40% of it on the gravel roads getting to the bin. So unfortunately, all of this needs replaced. You're about to see 3 grown men procrastinate to the fullest.
Yeah.
You know, Thomas is around here somewhere. We should drag this down to a shop. And I think he's going to let us spill oil in his new shop. It actually has a smooth concrete floor.
Brand new.
And maybe even talk him into helping too, because this is going to be all hands on deck. Should we try to pull it with the Chevelle first?
Yep, 100%.
Okay, here we go. Coming in hot. Brip, brip.
Oh, this is easy. Yeah.
Just so you know, this is never gonna work.
Yeah, you just gotta keep hitting it.
We're only doing this because it looks cool, I think.
No, this is gonna work.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yep, keep going. It's moving. Hold on.
Oh, was it scratching the paint?
Yeah, here it is. Here. Chain snap.
Ah!
Yeah. Hey. Dude, it's moving. I hit it like that one more time.
Ah!
Hey, I don't think it's gonna move. It's just bent really bad now. Look at that. Stretched her out.
I thought we were gonna pull the boat to the lake. Now you.
What do we do using now?
Well, you need some rain out here. It's dry. Okay, Thomas, do you have something that actually works?
I'm dead. Hey, how are the brakes going? None. Pedal stuck to the floor. Oh, that ain't bad. Yeah!
Extracted. Looks like it rode great.
Yeah, it rode really nice.
Okay, so we gotta take the sides of this bed off so we can replace the floor. And by looking at it, it looks like there's this rod here, one up front, and that like squeezes this to the bottom, essentially.
Well, how long is this thing?
And then we gotta get all of this rotted wood out of here and their carriage bolted down. We might pry everything off and then just use a torch to cut all the bolts or something. And we're also sweeping and pressure washing and just mainly procrastinating. I'll push it onto the... Okay. Heel figure!
Yeah, these are good.
Oh, by that you mean completely rotted off? Pry bar!
Go up again. Fuel nozzle. Hammer. Just gonna keep hammering it?
Yeah, see? Alright. How rotted that is.
Oh yeah, we gotta get this off, huh?
Yeah, so what we're doing here is the front bolts that hold this headboard on, we can't get to them. They're behind the cab. So we gotta try to tilt the bed to get to those bolts. That's the hydraulic
popper. We call them poppers.
Chances of this working are slim to none, which is great. Actually, I bet it does work.
It looks brand new.
And it's never leaked.
We haven't even done anything yet. Let's go. Fire! Precision. Hey, everybody watch out!
A little much pressure on the oxygen. Oh, I can feel it. I thought we were keeping that. Yeah. Trust the process. It gets worse before it gets better. This time it's really worse, sir.
You got it, dude.
Yeah! I'm sure Grandpa would be really impressed with the operation so far.
Bring her down!
Jerry Maguire! Yep! Bingo!
This is really fun.
Yeah. This is a huge project. Like just rebuilding this box alone. All these carriage bolts go through this frame. It's never going back together. Diablo!
That worked. Popped right off. That didn't hurt. Everything's fine.
Why don't we just go to lunch and think about what we did?
Okay, see you later.
the truck down to the shop, and we're going to try to use the skid steer this time. We threw in gear to see if the engine would rotate, and it's locked up like Alcatraz. So the motor's not going to motor. Wow! Hey, the truck's at the shop. This is Tommy's new shop. We're going to make a mess of it. So hopefully we can get this thing running and actually drive it out of here under its own power, but we've got a tremendous amount of work to do. First of all, we destroyed a bed without taking any measurements. That was pretty good. What else did we do today? Drove the Chevelle.
Aired up tires.
Okay. We discovered on the way down here the engine is locked up, which is terrible news. But thankfully, we did bring another flathead with us that we heard run. Chris has to recreate a whole drain box in a couple days. Sean's going to be cleaning and sanding, right? Bodywork stuff. We're going to try to do some artwork on the doors. We're bringing our friend Lem back, the guy that did the Ralaxy, and he's done some other projects for me as well. I think we clear coat the cab guys and paint the wood. Some colors?
Green.
I like that idea. All right, we got to get at it. We've got 4.5 days now to get this thing running and driving. I need to get everything ready up here to take this engine out. Christopher's trying to do the bottom side.
Barely any mice in there, huh?
Here, you do that side.
I'm not doing
scared.
it. I'm scared too. I'll hold the hood up for you though.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Injury number 2, and 5 minutes in.
Oh, this is way later than I thought. What do you think? That's good for coolant, right?
That's battery. That is battery acid. Woo! Hey, check this out. It's 41 years, full-on, multiple dwelling unit housing. Not even like apartment. I'm talking like condominiums. I see a pool over here, rec center, tennis courts, everything. Aha! There's the original lug wrench. Oh, that is cool. Motor oil. It's a really good can. Why is there a sawzall running?
He's cutting linkages off, dude.
Oh, that's good. We don't need those.
Okay, pull it out. Start lifting.
Full pull. Get out of the way! That's not working. That's not.
Hung up, huh? It's hitting right here.
We're going to lose Tommy's shop if we don't get this out of here. Now you can go forward. A little bit more up.
There you go. Diaphragm! Diaphragm! What?
That means the PTO is still hooked up.
Yeah.
Told you. So we just dragging the whole drive shaft out with it? Remember how this is never going back on?
Yeah, need it.
Oh, injury. I think I got it. Well, a day of destruction was actually progress for us. We had to dismantle the entire bed, and we got the flathead and transmission out. Now it's just trying to figure out how to put it all back together. We still have hopes by the end of the week we can have this thing running and driving and haul some crop with it. Maybe. I don't know. But we're going to dig in again tomorrow morning. We'll see you then. How do I get out of here?
was going to run into town, get some parts from O'Reilly, and I left Chris and Sean to their own vices. They have to get all of the stake pockets and hardware and metal off the old lumber. It's going to be a big project.
Nope. You cutting rocks with that thing? Oh, that looks great. That'll work.
Hey, remember any of those measurements that we spent 8 hours taking there?
Nope.
So while they're doing that, I'm going to pick up some much needed necessities. And then we'll meet up again this afternoon and keep thrashing on the old truck. It's going to be a challenge, but it's going to be worth it. Grandpa would be proud.
All right, guy needs some engine oil. Gonna go with the Valvoline VR1. This is chock full of all the dinosaurs and vitamins you need. Phosphorus, zinc, stuff like that. Great for classic engines. That's exactly what we need. Well, for coolant, we're gonna go with the O'Reilly brand 50/50 pre-diluted, ready to use, protection up to negative 34 degrees. Need that in North Dakota. Well, anyway, we're going to 46 Ford. Takes a very special battery. No, it's just got a go handle and platinum. You know what I mean? Got to get some accoutrements. We're going to have to get some carbon choke cleaner. And then, of course, we're going to be on the brakes. Just bring it in. Put it in here. Leave one for someone else. And then, of course, gear oil, transmission, rear end. Genius. The flexi bag. It's the only way to go. Scuff it up a little bit. So, yeah. That'll work.
All right, let's get started. Did you only need 2 of the O'Reilly antifreeze, or did you need more?
I think we'll take a box plus the 2, please.
Okay.
Because I'll spill 5 gallons on the ground and then sock mop it and then put the rest in.
Not a problem.
Allegedly. Did you know you can earn 1 point for every dollar spent? When you reach 150 points and you get a $5 reward, which is automatically issued to your cell phone?
Yes, and then I can scan it right off your cell phone. Do you have the rewards?
I got a coupon.
All right, I'll take that coupon and scan it real quick. You want your
Wow, that's a wall
Tree.
hanger. Yeah.
I'll be right back with the box.
Thank you.
Do you have room for all that?
Oh, yeah. She's a Mordor. Got lots of room.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. All right. Battery. Oh. Most important part. Well, another successful trip to O'Reilly Auto Parts. Let's get back to the farm and get wrenching. I might take the long way. Enjoy the Cowbell Chevelle a little bit. Well, the guy has got a transmission is successfully bolted to the flathead. We got new water pumps on it. We're ready to try to drop this thing back into the truck. And then the real fun starts. Connecting everything that was allegedly cut out with sawzalls and everything else. Do you want to do ground control? I'll do Major Tom.
All right, Major Tom.
Okay.
You hear me?
Yep, ground control.
Hold on, stop.
Okay. There it is.
Motor's in.
It's in, officially. We've even got the front bolts in. Chris, is it lining up down there?
Oh, yeah.
See? So now, we just have to figure out what all these cloth wrapped wires mean and what they do and accessories. And
belts and fan and radiator and hoses and some brakes, and we have to build a wood bed still. But you guys got started on that today.
We did.
So we're doing pretty good, but we're gonna call it for tonight. Get cracking on it again tomorrow. See you then.
Is this the first woodwork on Roadworthy?
Well, you can probably hear we are already hard at it, back on the 46 Ford. My buddy Lem's here. He drove all the way out to the farm to do some more artwork for me. You might remember him from season 2. He did the Ralaxy, all that great stuff on the quarter panel and the meatball on the door and a bunch of other stuff. And he's done a lot of work for me over at Vice Grip Garage too. He whipped something up on the door that I think you guys are really going to like. You're going to be doing a pounce pattern, right?
Yeah, I made one before I came out here, but we got a paper pattern of a logo.
Yeah, it's going to be really awesome. So you're going to put Bieri Farms, you got a windmill in there. Kind of era correct 40s, 50s kind of looking stuff. It's going to be pretty cool. And then I'm going to cut him loose. He's going to do some freehand pinstriping, some other stuff maybe.
Spill some paint all over this truck.
It's going to be great. So now I need to shake the truck violently while he tries to paint.
Yeah, more help.
Thanks for coming, bud.
Thank you. I use one-shot enamel. It's designed for lettering and pinstriping. So I just need to lead a lot of brush strokes and make it look like a kindergartner painted it in some places, so it kind of looks faded.
I got one more for you, if you have time.
What's that there?
On the glove box, we'll put "All be damned."
I'll be damned. Not dipped?
Not dipped.
Wow, changing your ways?
No, that was the original way.
Oh, okay.
My grandpa. I changed it to dipped.
A little bit more peachy.
Yep, for the kiddos, you know. Both my brothers are losing their mind right now. Oh, they're trying to make something re-crooked that was built 80 years ago. And this thing called the tape measure is really confusing them. But they're getting there. They're getting it done.
Hey, I did that.
You guys did this?
Pretty good, huh? Doesn't even look like a beaver chewed it out or nothing. Yeah, so there's one here, one here, one here.
I think we're going to be hauling a Tupperware back here. Maybe 2.
It's really got the patina in it now.
Looks like a plane prop or something. Okay, so the 6-volt coil we have determined is bad on this rig here. I am not getting any spark, which we need. That's part of the process for engines. Spark, fuel, compression, well, and proper valve timing. I have a 12-volt coil that came in this kit, but it's not really for that system. It's more for like a Petronix one-wire system, which is not going to fit on this particular engine. So now I'm going to try to cobble together a 18-volt coil, essentially, by running it in series with the old one. This is going to basically damage that. It's going to make a weak enough spark to maybe fire this engine so we can tootle it around. Just trying to make something work. You know what I mean? When life gives you lemonades, trade it for whiskey. This looks like a really bad science experiment. Yep. Okay. Operation Shop Burn. Yep. That is spark. Also just pop my lower back. It should start with a key. This is kind of cool, actually. Look at this. Now that works. Look at this. Yeah, that's heat. Okay, now I feel better. Well, Lem's all finished up with the pinstriping. He knocked out the hood for us, highlighted the Ford. The doors look amazing. Cab, and even talked him into touching up the box sides there, the stake posts, a little bit of color. Looks really great. Well, we are past supper time at this point, but if we're going to drive this in a field with some peas in the back, we've got a lot of work to do in just a couple days. Sean and Chris are out of the truck, handling the drive shaft, the PTO, some bracketry, doodads. We're working on the bed. I'm working on a fan relay, fan temperature switch, the electric fan, the dash stuff. We're just going to work into the night late. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be down to brakes and the floor. Okay. So late last night, we got a lot of work done actually. Sean and Chris jumped in on the brakes and helped me get the big hubs off this truck. In the rear, you got to pull the axles and everything out. Bearings look pretty good. We're just going to pack those. Today, we're going to focus on finishing the box up, and the big job is getting the brakes put all back together, bleed the system out, and then we can finally see if this thing's going to move under its own power and stop. Pretty exciting, actually. Okay, hold on. All right, let's see if the bed goes up. Better with fluid in it. Success. So the good news is now we can complete the entire construction of the bed. Wow. Hopefully the last time. Friction fit. So we're going to put the sides on. Bam! Then we're going to slide the front end, run the support rod through it, sandwich it together. Oh, like that. Then we have to lift the bed, leg bolt the stakes into the front beam. Then we can fit the rear end, which has the opening gate, and then bam, this thing is ready. I feel like we're breathing in half the virus. So I have about 24 hours to live, so we gotta hurry up.
Yep. Brand new seat installed.
Hey, we should probably get a chunk of barbed wire to hold the exhaust up, right?
Or tying it to the leaf spring, huh?
When you want it to hang on wheat and stuff, you know, alfalfa.
Yeah, that's how it would be.
Yeah, as the owner of a muffler shop, this feels good. That's it for this shop. We're going to try to drive it under its own power for the first time in 41 years, get it up to the old shop where we worked on the cowbell Chevelle, and we're going to scrub this thing down and clear coat it, seal in all this patina and protect all of this awesome artwork on the truck, and that is going to be it. We'll let it dry tonight. Tomorrow is the big reveal. It runs pretty good. Pretty safe. So we're in the old farm shop. Many of vehicles have been painted here, implements and tractors, few of my own cars, and we're going to continue the tradition by spraying the old grain truck down here. We just finished wiping out gray Scotch-Brite and 600 grit and the tough to reach areas there. Now we're ready to spray on some clear coat, and we're going to be using the 1776 gloss clear from Vice Grip Garage. It's a premium automotive grade clear coat that gives it that super wet look, and it's going to seal in this artwork and all the patina and everything. Really easy to spray and mix. Throw in some activator, which had a pretty bumpy ride here. Throw it in the gun and spray it on. So we did add some hardener into the artwork here, but I still got to be a little bit careful with it. This is very, very fresh. So what I'm going to do to start is just do a light dry spray in all of the artwork. Then I'm going to work a little bit into the grill up front and behind the bumper. Basically get all the wet edges in here that are a little bit more difficult to make sure we have product in it. We're going to let that flash off 12 to 15 minutes or so. Then I'm going to come back and do another basically dry light coat on everything. Let that flash. Then we'll do a nice medium coat, and that should be it. And we'll let this thing literally bake in here. It is hot and dirty and full of birds. Perfect for clear coat.
Fumes aren't so bad in here. Must be enough leaks in the roof. Shooting holes in it with BB gun.
It's gonna look ridiculous. Well, my grandpa's 46 Ford had been sitting for 41 years and most recently sat up behind the grain bins for decades. He had always wanted to get this thing running and driving, and we accomplished that after a 4-day mad thrash on this thing. The original flathead was locked up. We wanted to try to get that running, but we quickly figured out that wasn't going to happen. So we swapped in an earlier model flathead, had to figure out accessories and everything else with that. While doing that, went ahead and upgraded it to a 12-volt system as well instead of the old 6-volt system. Starts much faster, charges better, more reliability. Custom dual exhaust with a little tribute to my grandfather with some barbed wire hanging that up. Someday we will eventually fix that, not now. We went ahead and changed the headlights, some of the bulbs. So now we actually have working lights on this thing. Chris and Sean worked really hard on the box here. Pretty much a total rebuild. We did retain some of the authentic original wood on this thing, but they put new floor, beams, front, rear, some of the stake pocket things as well, and painted it up. It looks fantastic. The tires and wheels, well, we had to get new rubber on this. They were all flat, rotted, old. We finally found a guy that was willing to deal with the Widowmakers, rattle canned up the wheels. They look fantastic. Paint-wise, our buddy Lem came out and did some awesome, really cool, era-specific kind of artwork on the thing, and I think it really looks incredible. And then we topped all of that off with the Vice Grip Garage 1776 gloss clear. Really made all of this just pop, and it's going to seal all of this for years to come. We hope to use this in parades and family events and actually on the farm. And speaking of which, we are actually going to road this truck right now down the gravel roads in North Dakota to a farm ran by family friends. They're harvesting wheat, and we are going to fill this box with wheat and get a payday. So let's jump in this thing, fire it up, hit the road, and see how it does hauling wheat after sitting for 41 years. Smaller back in the day, or this is just how it was? It feels like we're like a Cessna or something, like the legs are in a cockpit. There we go. Huh? So back in the day when you were loaded, you were just in first gear going everywhere. I suppose that was better than a horse pulling a wagon and then hand shoveling it off. Yeah. They just, have themselves a cigar and, I ran 8 miles an hour all the way to the house.
wheels are balanced pretty good.
I really balanced them out. Good here.
Ah! Ah! Okay. Old Bieri leg with the Bieri truck. We're actually going faster than I thought we would.
On the speed of sound?
Well, I don't know about that fast, but let's see what we got. 31!
Pretty good.
Well, it's faster than a quarter horse. We've only got, what, 8 miles left? 2 more hills. Maybe the carb's plugged on. Definitely getting worse.
Oh, it's coming around.
Oh, yeah!
There we go. It's coming on. There, it's starting itself off. Oh, I forgot about that giant hill.
Yeah, a little more than 2 hills.
Well,
I think that was it.
Did we bring lawn chairs?
Let's cut a bale open. Make a Mississippi hammock. Well, a guy and a guy were coming over the hill over there. 4th gear, just rocking about 6 miles an hour. And some weird noises. Some banging and clanking. Leaned forward towards the dash. Yep. They quit. It didn't sound good. We're going to check, make sure the fuel pump is pumping. And then I think I'm going to try to take this carburetor off, burn my arm severely on the upper rad hoses or muffler pipes. Fuel pump bad. Fuel.
motor hot. Motor hot.
Already
motor
immediately
hot.
blistered. Oh. Carb's clean. Carb is clean. No, it's not. Open your pallet up.
It's like mining. Oh, you want me to shake a little bit to get the chunk out?
See that stuff right there? Look at that. There's like part of an oak tree, some almonds. Okay, grain box, rebuilt carburetor, and new fuel pump is in.
Doesn't run any better, huh?
No. You ready to go?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Roll out! Come on! We're late. We got a whole drain. We're gonna lose the farm unless we get the $87 in wheat to the elevator. Try to slide in between those two. Yep. Hey, we made it. We made it!
Yeah, we're on the farm now.
Okay. Well, we made it out to part of the Nichols farm. They got 2 combines out here. They're actually headed back this way. Behind me here, you see a semi and a trailer, which is normal in today's operation. This would not cut it today if you had a farm. But we're still going to have some fun, go talk to these guys, negotiate a trucking fee. What are you thinking?
$150 an hour.
Yeah, they'll probably do. Pay for the fuel pump anyway. We're going to have them spritz on some material, try to get it either to their bin site or to the elevator. We're going to have to see how it runs with some weight on it because we got to get back out and over this hill
I hear them coming, and there's the grain cart right there. That's what they offload, and then offload that into the semis. So one of these operators is Chris's son. Let's go see if we can catch him. So this is gonna be completely unnecessary, but it's gonna look really cool. We've got Chance here, Chris's son. He's gonna come over here with the combine and drop some in the box. And we've got Kyle on the way too, so we're gonna have a combine on both sides dumping into this poor little truck. I told them not a lot, so they're probably gonna go on off on the auger, and that's gonna be enough. These augers are huge, massive. It's not windy, it's gonna be way high. Hopefully grain just doesn't go everywhere. About a half a box. Gonna run into town and drop this off. Might make some money today, actually. Oh, my paint. Look at that, it ain't even leaking. What an incredible week this has been, working with my family on my grandpa's truck. And after 41 years, this 78-year-old truck is once again hauling grain. And somewhere I know my grandpa is looking down, smiling and proud that we saved another one. That's going to do it for this episode of Roadworthy Rescues, but stay tuned, there's plenty more to save. Rescues, we bought an awesome Thunderbird, terrible shape, so I did the right thing and bought a Mercer Travel All to pull it home with. 800 miles. Should be fine. This is a terrible idea, actually. Texas, Fort Worth to be exact, got a line on a bunch of cars that have been sitting for decades on this property, and there's supposedly a T-Bird right in this garage to start it off, so let's open up this thing, check this car out, we can walk around, maybe check some others out as well, see if we can get one of these on the road and back to Tennessee. Alright. Ice cream. Lots of it. Yeah, there's supposed to be a 60s T-Bird in here, parked in the 90s. And there is, in fact, black or green. It's kind of black, colorish looking. No tag on the plate. Well, let's walk around this, see what we got. Well, looking at all the prints here, we've got some positive raccoonage, and also I'd say small dog and 2 to 3 cats. They've certainly left some putina. Smells terrible already. Let's see what we got for an engine in this thing. We got 4 flats. Confirmed. Hubcaps are gone. I don't know where those went. Lots of sawdust. I think this garage is fixing to come down. Oh, why is it so moist on the hood? Yeah. There it is. Still got the stickers on the valve covers. Fully complete. Oh, the firewall's cool. It's got the original hand marker crayon thing. AC is still in it. All the belts are still on it. Missing a battery, of course. But we've got completage minus the air filtration system, but I'm not too worried about that.
check out the inside. See how bad that is, or if it's sat well in this garage. I think I said late 90s, but maybe we could find a sticker or something to try to validate that as well. I'm just going to open this door because it's right here. Oh, nice maroon interior. Oh, wow. Wow. There's... Oh. It smells like a bear cave full of adult diapers. It's really sour. So moist, my eyes are watering. Looks like it's in neutral, so it's probably pushed in here. That's a good sign. No. Probably didn't run. Windshield's cracked up. 8-track. I don't even know how to run any of this stuff. It looks like most of the stuff is in here, though. And all the bells and whistles. I can't breathe. That's enough. That's enough for me. Evacuate. Get out of here. So unfortunately, we've got no keyage. Ignition sticks are gone. Oh, here we go. 96. Math. Carry the 7. 28 years it's been sitting in here. So here's the deal. We're going to leave with two things. A title to this car and pink eye. Yeah, we made a deal on this rig, but it's not in an ideal space to work on this thing. Plus, no, it's terrible in there. So let's go walk this property. I heard there's some trucks and vans and things. Got an idea. What if we get something else running and then try to pull this home to Tennessee? It's only like 1,200 miles or something. It'd be fine. Let's go see what we can find. The Thunder Turd. Oh yeah, I see some stuff back here. Oh, this thing's sweet. Little short box, big back window. Really cool, but too short of a wheelbase. Long wheelbases are ideal for towing. This thing's cool too. Not gonna work. Still love it. Ooh, we got a van. Got Vantage. Half-ton Chevrolet Vantage. Backup lights, those lights. It's got a hitch. Oh, very homemade-ish though. I'm gonna say that's probably not gonna work for us. Pretty sweet van though. Ooh, international. Over here. International travel haul. Sweet. I'm not much of an expert on the travel hauls. I'm more of a scout guy. Well, they're virtually the same thing. This has the 1,000 badge, so it's got to be a 69 or 70. In 71, they changed that. So it's just a half-ton little guy. These were made from, I think, 53 to 75. And in 74, the Chevrolet Suburban came out with the 4-door and, well, better options, better pricing, more horsepower, better fuel economy. And the oil crisis hit at the same time. International said goodbye to the travel haul. They hung on to the Scout until 1980, and then that too went away. But these were kind of the first to come out with the 4-door and the large SUV kind of flavor. They're really sweet looking rigs, actually. Let's just jump right in, see if this is a candidate. Should we start in the rear, see if it's got a hitch even? Yeah, good idea. Oh, yes. We got something. Oh, it's got a big receiver hitch on it. To the frame. That's already stuck in there and frozen in. It's probably pretty good. We should probably dig through this thing and see if there's even an engine and transmission. These came with 5 different engines, a mix of AMCs and Internationals, and 5 transmissions. There's a lot going on. Let's take a look. How do we get in it? Open. Go. Start. Okay, let's try the side door. I don't know how to run that. Wow, these open way up. Oh, ceiling curtains. That's nice. 17 different fans. I'm going to say the air conditioning doesn't work. Welding mask. Needed one of those. Oh, new in the box Jeff Gordon fan pack. 3 of them. I'll I'll take no less than 100 each. I know what I got. Look, what I'm saying is I don't see engine heads or water pumps or a transmission laying back here. So far, we're off to a good start. Let's check the front seats out. Gotta be careful. Some of these internationals had asbestos in them, you know. You want to breathe that in. Nope. 84,000 miles, it says. Stuck at 50. I like it. Another lawnmower accessory. Toro, of course. Full of mouse-eating plastic bags. Got some home decorations. Oh, wow. Ooh, bank bag. Maybe we could pay this thing off. No. Okay. The interior is perfect. I see nothing wrong here whatsoever. Let's get under the hood. Okay. Well, we got an engine in here. We got a 2-barrel Holly, which means it's not the 345 or the 392, unfortunately. That's probably going to be the little 304. So we got 78 horsepower here. That's pretty good for towing. But it'll probably, could possibly work. Okay? We got all the hoses and doodads in it. We got whatnots, points. There was a bird that died in there, apparently. 58 million feathers, literally. But the hoses and cables and stuff, pretty good shape. The transmission's in there still. It's an automagical. It's severely low on oil. It's fine, well taken care of. Okay. So I think this is our candidate. 1970, we'll call it international travel none. Right now, it will be a travel low. Hear me out. Just like we did in the Chevrolet and the tractor, can we get this running and pull the Thunder Turd back to Tennessee? We'll just go to a certain rental place and say, I've got a 2024 Silverado and I'm pulling a Kia. And they'll say, yeah, and then we'll just put it on this. See what I'm saying? So let me get a battery, some tools, accoutrement, see if we get this fired up and moving, and then we'll figure out the rest. Okay, plan. All right, battery installed. We're gonna see if this thing cranks over first and foremost. Guy can't fit his arms down in there, so we're just gonna hit her with the battery. See what happens. We gotta work on fuel. We have to work on sparkles. This has 2 fuel tanks. One in it's like a saddle tank in the front fender, and one that's supposed to be in the rear, which is a little pocket tank. One of them ought to work. I don't know which. We'll figure it out. Okay, train. We get it. You're driving. I didn't even look if there's a key for this. Ha-ha! It's barely turning over. Oh, there we go. Let's see if it builds any oil pressure. Ooh, that starter sounds terrible. Again. Oh, no! Okay, I'm just going to leave that be because we're about 17 cranks away from putting a starter in this, which is not fun. But the engine rotates, kind of, so that's good news, and we now have a Super Tool 300 ignition key. All right, progress. Who would have knew that gas eats soy sauce lids? True Fuel, and I just happened to figure out works perfectly in this little soy sauce container. We'll fill the bowl up, crank on this thing, see if it'll fire. Make sure it's not knocking on heaven's door, and then we can continue on. Come on, bring in the thunder. No sparkles. The wire to the distributor is completely fried. Okay, I need this back. That is now our key. Perfect. Filing the points. Filing points. Doing it incorrectly. I'm not an expert, but I'm going to say it has something to do with this melted wire. So let's go ahead and replace that. Okay, we've got spark. Perfect. All right, let's crank her again. It's running. Yes. Sounds terrible. Perfect. Antifreeze leak. Valve train is not happy, but it is very low in oil. That's probably all we want to run it before we change on the Earls. But it's running. I can't see nothing. I guess we can just trust the transmission works. This is the Lone Wolf 6000. You know, since I work alone. You can't be in the rig and running everything out here, so you got chicka. By the way, I'm down to 12 starts left, so Caribbean, Hawaii, Mexico. Places I should be. That's that move. Okay, here's the plan. Don't have one. Here's the next step, though. I'm going to jack this up, take this tire off, look at the fuel selector switch, which should be in the fender well, and subsequently also the digital pump that I can hear running. Figure out how to get fuel from this big tank to the fuel make it happener. And hope the tank is good. So like I thought, there's an electric fuel pump. Here's the problem. The filler neck is rotted. There's going to be no way to put fuel in this. Well, if a guy could just find some hose like this down here at the Hardmore store, I could sleeve it, is what I'm thinking. Can a guy just run hose inside of this hose into the fuel tank, leave that hose hanging out here, then all I got to do is plug my gas can into it. I think that's what we're going to do. I feel like I do hear some going in. It's fine. Nobody smoke. So I'm trying to get this electric fuel pump running again. And then we're going to see if it actually pumps fuel from the tank that we just professionally re-sleeved. There we go. Varnished fuel from the 90s. Now it's cleaning up. There's our clear fuel. Oh yeah, I think we're good. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put a new fuel tray on, and then we should be able to click that pump back on, see what it's doing inside the filter. We'll put a clear one in, so we can monitor the amount of impurities. There we go. Looks pretty good. You can hear the bowl filling in the carb. We'll adjust that needle and seat. We'll find out in a second if it's going to blow through it. Yep. Well, I do believe a guy has a stock afloat in here. It's been sitting for almost 30 years and probably varnished in a position. So when the fuel's coming in, that's not rising to make that, needle seat into the needle seats. So I'm going to go ahead and just toss what I can out of this kit into here. Just a quick, dirty rebuild. And then throw this back on the truck, and hopefully she'll pop right off and won't flood anymore. We should go ahead and check the blood stick on the shift machine, because if that's bone dry, we probably should go ahead and change the oil quick. Then we're going to fire this thing up and we're going to let it run for quite some time. We got to make sure the head gaskets are working, the other gaskets are doing gasket things, bring some heat back into this thing slowly but surely, and then we can see if it actually shifts. Guys down here in Texas, about a thunder turd over in the garage there. It's in terrible shape currently.
Decided to go ahead and try to tow her home, so picked up this travel yawl. We're gonna see if we can get this thing fired up and idling here. Gotta check the transmission ATF. We got fresh oil in it. We did some ignition wiring. Did a fender rebuild on the fuel making happener. It should fire up and idle, well, in theory. So let's see what happens here. Might have to prime it here. There we go. See if that valve train noise goes away with some fresh oil. Put 2050 in it, a little thicker elixir. Sliding down a little. I think this is officially the longest it's ran in 28 years. It's pretty awesome. Just in idle, and fix the vacuum leak on it. And I'll get to the air and fuel mixture screws in a second, which are back here. So I think the guy has some fuel delivery issues. This pump seems to be getting real weak. So I'm gonna make sure we're not pulling up any big chunks. I got that tore out, obviously. Gonna throw this hose on here and just use the old wind bag, see if we can get fuel free flowing. And if we can, then we know the tank side's okay. I've decided to go ahead and put a, mechanical pump, which is what was in it, and see if this will suck it lives. On the fuel, yeah, it's one less switch to arc out and burn the rig down anyway. Well, now we're gonna give her the old mechanical fuel pump a try. Check our filter down here. Yep, see it is full of fuel. We're back to where we were at 9:45 a.m. Yes! We should test the transmission before we call it a night. Wow, this thing is a smoker. Why do all our cars, the radio works when you touch weird stuff? Drive! Yes! Oh man, we got a runner. Yep. Well, hey, the truck is running-ish. It's getting better. The smoking has calmed down a little bit. And it's moved about a foot. A foot of 800 miles we've still got to travel. And remember, we're not just traveling in this. We've got to figure out if we can pull that thunder turd stuck in that garage. We're going to try to deal with that tomorrow, but first we still have to address brakes and tires and wheels and everything on this. Gonna let this run for just 20-30 minutes tonight, back up, and then Texas things like steaks, wet to back neck, stuff like that. See you in the morning. Hey, it's day 2 down in Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas. A guy bought a 68 Thunder Turd. It's stuck away in a shed over there. It's in terrible condition, which is perfect. But I decided to try to pull the thing home and work on it properly in my shop back in Tennessee. So we acquired the travel yawl. We got it running yesterday. We did a bunch of work to it. It moved a foot. So we started this morning off by putting new glass in it. That makes sense. Now, today is brakes. Since we're going to be pulling a car that weighs 11 million metric tons, it's got to stop goodlier, kind of-ish, you know what I mean? So I'm going to start with the master cylinder, snap a couple lines off, start replacing those, work my way to the wheel cylinders that are bad, bend the drums off that we can't find, they're irreplaceable, and then go from there. All right, let's dig in. Over on here with the cylinder of masters. Guy hit it with my earth pounder. It's not really doing anything. I'm assuming the seals on the piston that racks back and forth in here is just completely gone after sitting for however many million years this has been sitting. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop this master cylinder off. We're gonna bleed another one, hook up the lines. This is all in theory and hopeful. And then we'll try to gravity bleed this and see if the wheel cylinders are still gonna work. Chances are they're just full of powder and are gonna go and then we'll be digging into those. Truthfully, this is going to be a delicate procedure because you cannot find these drums. You cannot find them. So getting them off is going to be delicate, getting them on, all of this. If they're bad, we're going to have to pretend they're good. But by the end of today, we need to have brakes in this thing because we have a long drive back, 800 miles towing in this vehicle. This show should just be called Driving Cars Without Brakes. I've determined the brakes are bad all over the place. The brake line, rubber brake lines in the front were just so old, they were just pinched closed. Think of it like a garden hose, and if you were to step on it, the fluid might be able to barely get through, but it's not going to come back. So we needed to replace the lines. Unfortunately, we're learning that International had zero consistency or quality control on virtually anything except the window cranks, and the brake parts all over the place. In this particular vehicle, the fitting on the lines do not match the replacement rubber hoses. So now I need to make my own little line with an adapter to go to the new line, to go to the smaller adapter, to go to a barrel connector, to go to the fitting on the truck, to go into the hose. Dr. Seuss brakes. We don't have a bench vise, so we're over here using our travel yawl. And we're just gonna make some fittings right here. This is my life. I just realized. There you go. Brakes by Bieri. They'll barely work, but they'll slow you down. We were able to get juice out of this wheel cylinder. So now we just need to take 74 hours and do the other two. Well, let's do the front one first, and then I'm going to decide if I'm even going to attempt to do the rear. Hey, the brakes are done, or at least good enough. You know what I mean? So now I'm going to start cleaning the inside out. I got tires on the way. They're in the route, but not here yet. So we can't do that. So I'm going to go ahead and get all this stuff out of here. The feller we bought this from, well, he wants to keep some of this. I was looking forward to the shop vac and the igloo cooler, but he wants it. So we're going to start getting some stuff out of here and transfer it over to his truck. Lampshades, big mouth bass. These are the ones that talk on your wall, you know. Batteries is dead. That's too bad. Should we look what's in here? Nada. This is a nice cooler. Must have been a mobile welding rig. And say this fella liked lamps. I got updates. So it runs, it shifts. We cleaned out the interior. It's snazzy. I mean, they put seats in it and house carpet and spray painted everything. Baby blue. Looks pretty good. We think the brakes might be good. Actually, I was just getting ready to go test that.
And then I was letting it run here, and the water pump went out. It's weeping out of the weep hole, which is a telltale sign you need to change this thing now. Also, I discovered a massive intake leak by spraying everything with brake clean, and sure enough, she's revving up on the drinker side of the engine over here. And that's why we got a weird idle on hesitation and down on power. So instead of test driving this and potentially leaving late tonight, early tomorrow morning after we dig out the Thunder Turd, we're tearing the truck all the way down. Sweet. Let's get after it. So this thing that looks like a Lego is actually a water pump for internationals. The problem is we have a different style water pump. There's two. This one is a big threaded nut that holds the fan and the pulley assembly on, where this is an updated version. We need to convert this because it's very difficult to find the big threaded nut. Talked to an international expert, and he mentioned a hammer and a big chisel, and then I thought, aha, what if we just hit it with the gas axe? Can't be tied if it's liquid. We're going to cut this whole fan off because we actually have a different fan and fan clutch. Then I can get access to this water pump, take it off, take the pulleys apart, convert the pulleys to this water pump, and then reassemble everything. And by late tonight, hopefully we'll have the water pump done. Then I'm going to decide if I'm actually going to dig into this intake or if we're just going to deal with it running on 6. Now I'm going to get on every international blog and just be like, torch it off. You know how rare those are? You only needed everything. We found a 4-barrel intake for this particular engine that we think might fit, and a 4-barrel carburetor. So this little feller's coming off, and we're going to put the 4-barrel on because I have to take that off anyway to change the gaskets. We might as well spice this up a little bit. We're going to want some HPs under us if we're going to be pulling that Thunderbird back. Got the old intake off, which, by the way, weighs about 92.6 pounds at minimum. Here's the old intake gasket, and we can see right here corrosion from the top side. So that would be our intake leak that I found with a can of brake clean. So all of that work for this cheap little gasket. Sweet. But we're going to fix it. We're going to make it more gooder too by putting that fair barrel on there. Get some more HPs out of it. Valiant effort was given, but I'm going to shut it down for tonight. We did get the 4-barrel intake on. We have interference issues with the fuel make it happen, unfortunately. Every time you rock the throttle, it lifts the carb. Going to look at that tomorrow. It's going to involve part stores and stuff like that. I also have a new fan over here that was supposed to work on our water pump that's not working on our water pump. But there's good news. I have tires and wheels to show you in the morning, and we're still going to attempt to pull the Thunderbird out of that garage and pull it home, although we are very much behind, but it's only 800 miles. We'll be fine. See you in the morning. Back on the travel, y'all. Boy, I was thrashing on this late last night, trying to get it running, but we were missing a few key pieces. We're still trying to get this Thunderbird out of a garage 100 yards from here, and I'm tied up in this thing. We have got to get it out today for a couple of key reasons. One, the raccoon decaying in the corner over there is really starting to get in the wind bags, you know what I mean? Also, There's 2,000 popsicles being moved in refrigerators. Apparently they have a sit time of about 52 minutes. So I've got to get the fuel make it happen on, get the fan back on, the radiator in, all that stuff, get tires and wheels on this, hook a chain on that T-Bird and get it out of that garage ASAP, then 800 miles home. Hey. Smells like a riverboat porta potty. Stings the eyes. Please run better. We got a new fan clutch in here, which is the updated version instead of the giant screw-on clutch. Got the old Radgelina Jolie here. See if we can get this in. Just gotta go at an angle. Get around the hoses. And then you tilt this way. Oh, that wasn't bad at all. Not going to put the old fan shroud on because it's held together with 74 different types of wire. I think I saw a shoelace in there and part of a TV dinner. I really never want to see this truck again. But I have to drive in it for 3 days. Hopefully just 2. No, it'll break down and be a week. Yeah! Gotta go back to basics. Spark, fuel, compression. I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Don't worry, I said! I'll figure it out! Okay, sorry I got mad. Okay, I'll fire up the corn binder here with its new get-up. Yeah. There we go. Gotta keep it running, our battery's dead. But we need it to charge. Don't worry about that. The only thing this is gonna pull is ex-wives. Oh, great. So now we can hear the engine's not doing this, wandering all over the place and idling weird. That was the bad intake gasket. Got that resolved. We'll let it sit here and idle because I got to charge up the battery. Whoops. And then I got to show you guys some really cool tires and wheels that are period correct, suit the truck well, hook onto a T-Bird, see how much power this thing has. So believe it or not, these used to be chrome. They sat so long it actually rotted holes right through the wheels themselves. So we were forced to get wheels as well. Like the white letter, of course you gotta go with white letter, but these are more of a light duty tire. We went with a little bit more heavy duty KO2 all-terrain by BFG, and then the old cheapo white steel wagon wheel. Can't beat these things. They look pretty good on most trucks, and it's period correct for this guy. So I'm gonna bolt these on quick, and then we can go for our first drive. So I'm gonna put this air cleaner on quick so we're not sucking insulation. Then I'm gonna jump in. We're gonna do some yard braking. We don't have power brakes yet. We'll fix that later, but I still should be able to romp on the brake pedal and bring this thing to a stop. Oh man, I think that's probably the best brakes we've ever had in Roadworthy. Oh yeah. Let's go get a Thunderbird. Hey look, we're finally working on the car we came to Texas to get, the 68 Thunderbird. Now worst case scenario, all 4 wheels would be locked up. So now we're gonna navigate it out of this broken concrete garage thing between 2,000 popsicles and crates and other obstacles, probably got 3 inches on each side somehow, and try to steer this thing whilst skidding. And then we haven't even talked about figuring out how to make it roll, get on a dolly, and travel back to Tennessee. But I did get a chain on it. We also got wind and 3.5 tires.
old bias plies, thankfully, so they held a little bit of air. So we're gonna back the rig in here, give it a tug, and just play it play by play, I guess. Hey look, T-Bird's outside for the first time in almost 3 decades. We almost took a garage down and we melted 2,000 popsicles, but we got it. This thing did fine. Travel update. Hey, we got this thing fired up after sitting for like 28 years or whatever it was. Drove it 100 yards, and then its first job again was to pull a car. I got a sticking throttle issue that's weird with the shifter. They're combined somehow. Also, I think we've developed another fuel leak on the fuel tank, so I'm gonna do the right thing, try to find like a boat tank or something, throw it in the back seat, because we're just out of time. We gotta make some miles down. Now we're gonna switch our attention to Thunderbird. I gotta get the tires unstuck, get it on a dolly, and then we're gonna hit the road. Hey, this is a drive shaft to a Ford Thunderbird. It's got 19 new joints for some reason. Pulled this out so we could freewheel this thing, so when we're pulling it on the tow dolly, it's not spinning the transmission in neutral as well. So basically the only thing spinning is the rear axle, which has its own gear oil, obviously. So we're gonna mount some fresh tires on the old wheels so we don't blow one of them. I got some sort of fuel tank, rigged that into the travel all, and we're finally on the road. All of this just to get this T-Bird back to Tennessee. It's gonna be a fun project though. Keep going, keep going. Yep, keep going. Whoop, whoop. Okay, back. Well, it took some time, but we got her going. We had to put a fuel pump in this thing. Brake lines, brake master cylinder, brake booster, intake gasket, 4-barrel intake, new carburetor. We put some rad hoses in it, belts, and a really sweet NHRA fuel tank, but it runs, it stops, and the radio almost works. Now we're gonna see if it tows a Thunderbird. So far, she's pulling great, as long as it don't fall off. And if it does, I guess we're gonna see how fast the old travel all goes. Speedometer says 80 right now, so that seems to work fine. Got no temp gauge, got no oil pressure, got no fuel gauge. Actually, I do have a fuel gauge. It's called, look, we're about half a tank. I think I got a motor mount out. And I could tell because when I hit the throttle, the shifter moves about 7 inches. But we don't need both of them. That's why they make 2. Should talk about my goals today. It was to drive halfway, but that's not going to happen. So the goal now is to go 121 miles to get Onion Volcano, which is what my boys call hibachi. But then I'll be happy. If we can make it that far, it'll be dark. Get some good hibachi, see how many miles we can put down tomorrow. I ain't got tail lips or lamps, turn signals, and none of that stuff, so. Oh, something is terribly amiss. Yeah, let's pull off here. I got a lot of smoke in the cab. Yeah, it smells like transmission fluid or something. Oh, they're really smoking. It's still running. Well, we've pulled over to the side of the road. This thing is smoking like crazy all of a sudden, right when we got to about 55. This is not good. So that's going to do for this episode of Roadworthy Rescues. A guy managed to get this old Travelall back on the road, kind of-ish. Only made it about 100 miles, and now I've got Well, it looks like transmission oil puking everywhere. But stay tuned for part 2 to see if I can haul this old T-Bird back to Tennessee and do some work on it. Roadworthy Rescues, I put a Thunderbird back on the road after 30 years and make it look killer, and then that immediately happens to me. That's fine. Time on Roadworthy Rescues, you saw a guy trying to pull this T-Bird from Texas to Tennessee with this old Travelall. The guy found this really cool 1968 Ford T-Bird way down in Texas, but it was physically stuck in this garage. The wheels were locked up. It was covered in dew. It was terrible. So we decided to get this old Travelall, which also hadn't run in almost 30 years. It's running! Yes! Sounds terrible! Perfect! For this rig to go down the road, let alone tow something, I had to do some upgrades. Threw on a 4-barrel intake, 4-barrel carb, put in a water pump, fixed the ignition, and a few other doodads. Don't worry about that. The only thing this is going to pull is ex-wives. Oh, great. Got it fired up and literally drug the T-Bird out of the garage. We might have hit a couple things, but mostly unscathed. Now, I'm trying to pull this T-Bird 800 miles from Texas all the way back to Tennessee. So far, she's pulling great. Got no temp gauge, got no oil pressure, got no fuel gauge. Actually, I do have a fuel gauge. It's called Look. We're about half the tank. It was going really good until, well, it wasn't. Oh, something is terribly amiss. Yeah, let's pull off here. I got a lot of smoke in the cab. Now there's power steering and motor oil and transmission oil everywhere. Hey, good morning. Truck's doing great. Well, I said last night it was doing great. What I failed to mention was it's exploding oil out of every single thing that holds oil. Power steering line burst, sprayed it all over the manifold. Transmission pan is leaking. The oil has ejected everywhere, so I'm trying to doll that up this morning, figure that out. Gonna hook up the crankcase ventilation system, hopefully reduce the pressure in the block, and maybe eliminate some of that one to come out the top end. Oil-soaked air filter, that's okay. They used to do that back in the old days. Got air up a tire on the Turd Bird, and we're gonna hit the road. Had a rainy, gloomy day, but that's okay. We're gonna get some nice sights in and just cruise. Have a good day at 55, 60. Call it 700 miles to go from Texas to Vice Grip Garage in Tennessee. Well, day 2 on the road so far is going very well. We're getting about 5.4 miles to the gallon. Nice. It handles great. The old Internationals, what a tow rig. But this has been a good trip so far. I hope it remains to be uneventful, i.e. the transmission stays in the truck. That'd be great. You gotta turn left when you brake. You gotta keep your head on the swivel. Moses, sandals! You're speeding, sir! I gotta fix this mirror. That took me aback. had to jam on the brakes. It built enough pressure where it must have blew a rear brake line. The rear pod is completely empty. But we've been traveling in rain all day, so everything is dripping and weeping right now. So that means we have to try to do brake line surgery right here, I guess. The good news is I didn't miss church this week. That's pretty cool. Midas, eat your heart out. We got church brakes. Okay, front drums, shoes adjusted. They're theoretically automatic, but I can't back up and let them auto-adjust the late. So I spooned them out with the flathead screwdriver to where they're slightly dragging. Now we'll have good front brakes again. Turns out we don't have a pop line in the back. We might have a weeping wheel cylinder, so I'm just going to bleed the master cylinder, plug the line back in, and top it off every time we get fuel. Okay, let's go. Well, good morning. Last night was an adventure. What a drive. Between poor visibility, my poor eyesight, no power steering, and flooded roads, you know, the Honda Maximuses were burning. But we made it in. However, this morning I did decide to go ahead and replace this wheel cylinder. Apparently after they sit for 30 years, if you double stomp it with size 13s, they just blow it out, you know. She's not looking so hot. It'd be nice to have something with brakes, so we're gonna fix this up quick. Rebuilding, brand new, all that brake fluid. And then I can't remember how many miles left, 300 something, and then we'll finally make it back to Tennessee. Hopefully, nothing else happens. If it ain't bread, leave it in the shed. International. We're getting like 5 miles to the gallon and we got a headwind today, so it's gonna be less, but we're headed to the Natchez Trace Trail. We got a few stops planned along the way. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing else happens bad. I took a right turn to check the oil and ended up on a section line betwixt some row crops here. I did have the turd bird clean, but now it's probably full of mud. On the road again. About to go to Natchez Trace again. You know, when it comes to these old vehicles and reviving them, other than the history and story of the vehicle itself, my favorite thing is the journey home. And in this case, we're just now turning on the Natchez Trace, which boasts thousands of years of history. It's a 444-mile scenic drive that extends through 3 states, and American Indians have traveled on it. European settlers, traders, trappers, soldiers, presidents, you name it. And this highway closely follows the original path. I've never been on it. I heard it's breathtaking. It's got plenty of turns and ups and downs and vegetation and trees and you name it. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Might as well enjoy the trip. Oh, I like the speed limit too, 50. Right up our alley. Nacho Trail. I hope it has cheese and jalapeno. Some hamburger wouldn't hurt. And maybe some olives and onion. Oh, we made it. Bicycle Garage, South Central Tennessee, 800 miles. We found this international travel in a backyard. It was sitting for almost 30 years. Got it fired up and hit the road. And not only did it drive 800 miles, it towed 800 miles. That Ford big block turd bird back there. Speaking of which, you're going to see that next. So stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun. Well, it was a very late night driving through the pouring rain. Well, pretty much rained the whole journey, but we actually made it here. And that in itself, in my opinion, is a massive win. We found the 68 Thunderbird sitting in a garage for almost 30 years, but it was just too disgusting to work on in that case. Now you can finally see in light how nasty this car is. It is terrible. I've been doing this for a couple decades now, and this one is up there. Oh, the wind is really kicking it up. So I think I'm just going to throw a mask on, get some gloves on, roll the floor mats up, and then I'm going to vacuum this outside and try to get that to just blow into the cattle up there. Sorry about that. Note to self, don't eat hamburger this year. Okay, so let's get the vacuum and just get to work here. Definitely want to be upwind. Basically the same rules for farts. Such a disturbing sound. That's how wet the carpet is. Desert pay. This is how I die. This is exactly how I die. Oh, this was a terrible purchase. Completely full. Oh my gosh. I've heard that sound. Got a carcass. Oh, there went another one. We got 2 mice. I have never. This is worse than the Mustang, I think. How's your day going? Mine's a little duty. Sorry about that one. Anyway, now that we can stand next to this without carrying around an IV bag, let's fire up the pressure washer and see what the outside looks like. We're going to soak this whole thing down with your standard dish soap, let it sit for a minute, pressure wash it again, and then I might actually have to touch it with a rag or something. Ugh. That's wild. You see all the grease on it, it's just shedding right off like a wax job. There's a potato chip company I'm gonna leave unnamed that made potato chips. And through the broken window that the raccoons came through, all that fryer grease kind of congealed and mixed with the urine and poo and made this layer here. But the hope is we want to uncover what is supposed to be a brand new paint job under this. Huh. Doesn't look like I did anything the last hour. Status report. It's now high noon, and the car looks exactly the same. Chemicals galore. Tried scrubbing it, pressure washing it. Whatever the potato chip raccoon combination is, it's stuck to this paint. How about this? Let's get it in the shed. Now let's just see if this thing runs, right? And like moves and stuff before we put 97 hours of labor into the paint. Although it would go on Craigslist well that way. Lots of receipts could run. So I've already plugged off a vacuum leak. We borrowed permanently the vacuum check valve for the brake booster for the travel wall, which got us here. Looks like we got completed. We got lightning whirler in it. All the hoses are on. So we're just going to hit it with a hot battery. Luckily enough,
Ford and Mopar have what's called a stalemate junction. Essentially, we don't need a key to even fire this thing up, and since the key is on the dash on this, it doesn't even lock the steering wheel. So if a guy can get a hood open, boom, free T-bird. All I'm going to do here is jump power to the coil, and then I'm going to jump power from the battery to my start solenoid over here, and we'll be able to crank this thing over. That's pretty good, and then just a little splash. That was way too much. Bring in the thunders. Yeah. She's a runner. Valve train isn't clanking. Means it's probably making oil pressure. Water pump isn't froze up. None of that stuff. It's like it was shut off yesterday. Minus the missing and shaking and smoking and barely running. I was hoping that would be a lot harder because now I have to do something with the paint, don't I? Victorious! So here's the plan. I don't really have one, other than this has to get into the shop. We're west of Rusty Acres up here on Motor Mountain. We gotta aim for Valve Cover Valley. We don't know if it moves because we don't have a drive shaft and I'm not hitting the brake pedal. So, surfing in the USA! Oh boy, oh boy. Ain't nothing zip ties and vice grips can't fix. Left. Aha! Okay, now we're going to lift this up with the forks, and then I'm going to side shift it over onto the lift because we're about to fall off. I hooked my peepers onto the car. The trunk floor is absolutely gone, so we're not damaging anything, so just relax, okay? Ouch, my head. So I got my buddy here, Kevin Tates from Paint Education. He's been around collision, hot rods, custom builds, you name it, stuff like this. I'm hoping if anybody knows what to do, it's you with this vehicle. So here's the deal with this car. We found it in this old cinder block garage. Urine, fryer grease, 30 years of dirt and dust. We tried to power wash it and clean it and scrub it. We were told by this old man, I painted it fresh, parked it in the garage, and that was it. So I want to know, is it a fresh paint job? Is it the original color? And then see if we can bring it back, because I don't want to have a knee-jerk reaction and just say, well, let's just paint it again, or let's just clear it, or let's just leave it.
Well, the last thing you want to do is start throwing harsh stuff at it. What I always do is just do an inspection. If it's a good paint job, they're taking trim off, and they're going to put the trim back on after the paint. If it's a quick and dirty, they're taping stuff up, and they're working around it. So right here, you see this antenna bezel?
Yep.
You see the paint buildup there?
Oh, yeah.
Bam. There you go. Strike one. Right here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, strike two. And in the door jambs, the seals are painted too.
Oh, everything.
Everything, the VIN numbers, all that type of stuff. So we know that maybe this was a drug running mule or something like that. And somebody ran it through a barn just like a Smokey and the Bandit and shot it real quick. So it's probably not the best quality paint. It's an aftermarket paint job, and that's fine. So we know what we're working with. Because of the way this looks, even through the dirt, I can see it's fairly glossy. It's a single-stage paint job over top of the original paint. So you're kind of winning on that level. And it's, for the most part, in pretty okay shape. So if we can revive this paint, you can probably make it look really good, Derek.
That's what I was looking forward to hearing. Yes. All right, show me how to clean this.
All right, so we're going to go least aggressive first. That's always the best thing. That way we're not doing any damage unless we have to. So I've got a citrus cleaner. There's a lot of different companies that have that. And citrus cleaners, if you know, I mean, they're really super strong. All right, let's see what that did.
Oh, yeah, that's way more gooder.
Wow. I mean, look at the contrast already. That's 30 seconds with a good cleaner on it. That gets us home. So now let's see how thick that paint is.
Okay.
Now, this is going to be a combination of the original paint and whatever else they put on it. Holy smokes. Okay.
Is that a good holy smokes?
That's a lot. Okay, so for instance, Your average new vehicle has got 6 to 10 mils.
We've got 40?
Total film. We've got 44.72 mils. There's a lot of paint on there. It may have more than one paint job on it. Or it's super thick, or they put 5 coats on. My guess, we're probably safe to sand and polish if we have to.
Okay.
But before we clean it and sand it, all of it, let's see what we can do with the small spot. See if just polish will bring it up. This is my go-to for almost everything. It's aggressive, but it polishes out super smooth. It's kind of a one-step for me. So it's a water-based compound, which is really good. So I don't know about you.
Oh, wow.
But I can comb my hair in that. Within a few minutes, you've got a recipe to wake this thing up.
If the whole car looks like this, that's pretty good. Well, thanks, man. I knew you'd be the guy to call. It sounds like we could make this thing shine, but I think first step is we should probably make it run and drive. We'll deal with this a little bit later. But man, thank you so much.
No problem, man.
This has been great.
This is fun. I want to ride in this thing.
Did you smell it yet?
No.
Don't do it. Well, now that we know that it could potentially look really sharp and that this runs somewhat okay-ish, I think we go ahead and spend the time, dig into this engine and make it run a lot better. Now, we think this is a 460, fairly certain, based on the identification plate on the valve cover, and it's obviously a big block, but 460s didn't come in this year T-Bird. So it's been swapped in from most likely a mid to late 70s truck motor, which would put out a whopping 200-some horse, let's be honest. However, they are fairly torquey motors. Nothing beats a big block in that aspect. But this stock style intake and this Motorcraft fuel make it happener, that's got to go. Here's an idea. What if we put a new performance dual plane intake on this and put a Holley Sniper on this thing and let it tune itself? And we'll get maximum horsepower, fuel economy, ease of starts, all of that. And then we'll obviously do an ignition tune-up. We'll put an HEI in it, dump the coil and points, put an exhaust system on this. We should have a tire-frying Ford big block. Or at least that's the idea. I'm going to start by taking the hood off, and then we've just got to thrash and get all of the garbly gook, whatnots, and accoutrements off of this engine. Oh, I don't think that was right. I mean, so far, I'm enjoying this, gotta be honest. That's better. Oh my goodness. Corpus Christi. I'm gonna have to try to pluck all that out. This is oil from the 60s and 70s. It's a very high mile motor that has not been taken care of. So, we're going to try to take care of it. We're trying to get all the huge, giant chunks of stuff out of here because the lifter cups are just full of this junk. And I don't want to have one of these lifters go flat or something like that. These push rods and the lifters need to spin in these bores, and they ride on the cam lobe. This cam lobe here is a good example, only part of it's shiny because it actually has a taper on it, which makes that lifter rotate with the push rod. If that gets full of this gum and varnish and buildup, it's not going to move. And it's just going to smoke one of these lifters or a cam lobe. So I'm trying to flush all of this back into the pan, but I want this to get as clean as possible before we cover it back up with a shiny new intake. So guys been working away at this, and now it's bone dry. It is just, because brake clean dissipates quickly and dries up. So I'm going to use some of this valve train assembly spray, and this is typically used when you assemble an engine, but it helps against initial dry starts, which we're going to have here until it builds oil pressure again. There. Now intake time. What are you doing? Pretty good pet. That's why I keep them around. So here we've got a dual plane intake. This one's by Wyan. We'll be able to get our Holley Sniper up on this here. And it's still got the provision for the standard or factory throttle cable, so that's pretty nice. just got 74 different pipe plugs we got to plug up, but we'll do that down the road. So here we have a points distributor. So inside of here, you can see the contacts or points. And as it rotates, it opens and closes. This is cool. It's great. It works. But we're going to be upgrading it to a GM style HEI or high energy ignition. And basically this has the coil built in. Everything is right here. All we need to do is just hit it with 12 volts and bam, upgraded. So we should have a better, more consistent, more reliable spark. And we'll figure out timing later. Went ahead and put some new valve covers on. Just decided to plop these on. They were cheap enough. Got our new intake on. And then our sniper, which is basically fuel injection, right? So we're going to be able to maximize our horsepower, fuel economy, easy starts, and all of that stuff. This is a new sniper too. They actually moved the ECU in these. Instead of having it up front right next to the HEI, they've switched it around over here. I've been told it's taken care of the RFI issues sometimes that you would get with that. So now I just got to dig through this manual here, start figuring out, well, digicals. I don't like them. I'm going to have to figure it out though. Fade to black commercials. So our T-Bird's got what we assume is a late 70s smogged out 460. They don't make a ton of horsepower. They do make some torque. So we're trying to snooze this thing up a little bit, hopefully turn it into a tire fryer. Guys had a really productive day. I'm feeling pretty good about where we're at with the rig. Fairly close to trying to fire this thing back up on EFI. Linkage is done. Vacuum lines are done. Vacuum line of the booster's in. Our ignition system is complete. We got lightning hoses, sparkulators in. We've got the lines run to the sniper as well. We've also got the new fuel tank, fuel straps, new fuel sending unit, fuel pump and fuel filter in the rear. Now I just need to run the lines up to the front of the car and plug her into the unit. Woo! That's hotter than Shania Twain in the 90s. How do I live without you? Just tell me. I want to know. So a guy's wiring up the Holly sniper up front here, and I'm to the point I need to find a 12-volt switched source. And to do that, you need a key. Found the key. Mark this one off the list. I don't like the fact that my head's so far into this car. Oh, by the way, had the seats sent off to get reupholstered because they were that terrible. They should be back soon. And that's good. You want new seats when your T-Bird doesn't run. Wait, is this the first roadworthy car with a key? That's pretty good. It's only season 3. It works. We have an ignition stick, and never mind. We had a spare. We have one key. It's pretty good. Come here, cat. I will not feed you if you do not come here. Fine. Well, little June bug. Time for exhaust. I've got my friend Chad here from Volunteer Muffler out of Cookeville, Tennessee. And we want to do true duals. This had some really neck-down exhaust with some old muffler, chambered kind of mufflers on it. We want it to be a little bit more loud, kind of a nice grumble tone at idle, but, you know, we feed the onions to her. We want it to be loud.
That's right.
And then I got some Black Widow, I think they're called neighbor haters. So we tried them on that Trans Am. They sounded pretty good.
They did. They sounded really good on that car.
This is also low compression, high cube, so we should have a similar tone to that. It is going to completely transform the look of this car. doing that, I'm putting the drive shaft back in so Chad can fit the exhaust. He's gonna swoop down and then snug it in towards the drive pole, and then he'll come back out. But he needs us in here to check his clearances and stuff like that.
Derek, can I borrow that 4-footer?
Oh, hey, Schmidt. Yeah, there.
What are you doing?
Oh, fuel pump.
Nice.
Yeah. Good seeing you.
You two will be on the other side of the partition.
All my screwdrivers are gone. Every tool's missing. Got no lights. Someone drank my Christmas coffee. Well, it was a busy day at the YouTube headquarters Vice Grip Garage. We got this build going on here. You got Chad back there banging on the muffler machine. You got my friends over here in the other bay working on a pickup. We've got Roadkill, Freiberg, and Spell working on a turbo Firebird Trans Am thing. There's a lot happening. You want to try it again and see if I got to do it one more time? Yep. We're gonna lose the shop if we don't get this done. Somehow, some way, the Chad, the muffler man himself, has tweaked in some 2.5 exhaust pipes up and over, and we're just setting up the tip right now. You gotta have tips and jips, you know what I mean? Now instead of 1.5 water line hanging out the back, got real exhaust. That looks good, Chad. Great work.
Thank you, sir.
So, Chappelle and Freiberger have successfully installed a transmission. They're gonna see if it's gonna shift. This is one of those face finds. Rebuilt lots of receipts, you know.
Well, now that we broadcasted it, I think we're ready to bump it up and get out of here.
Thanks for having us.
Anytime. See you guys. Drive safe. No problem. Oh, it's got brake lights. Wow. Jeez. And I said one cookie. Don't leave a trail. I've never even tore it up this bad. This is pretty entertaining. That's about 15 bales down there. The inspection cover slamming on the torque converter sounds awesome. Well, you know, it won't overheat. That's good. So Chad's all finished with the exhaust. That looks fantastic. I can't wait to hear that. I'm going to move on to this Holly and finishing it up so we can fire this thing up. Normally, we'd be doing the EFI handheld, which is a little 3.5-inch screen where you can enter a tune and monitor the system and all the vitals of the engine. But they have something new out. It's like a Bluetooth puck thing. I don't know. Apparently, you can run from your digital pocket computer device. So I'm going to throw that somewhere in the car, and we're going to tune this thing with our phone, and then we're going to be able to go through the paces, create a bass tune, and then it should fire. There's the fuel pump. Let it build a little pressure. Oh, Lord have mercy. Take this up. Take a peek. Yep. This is what happens when you're working on 3 vehicles at once. This is because of roadkill right here. All right? Paying attention to detail. Forgot where I was. And they owe me like 14 hay bales. I'm right in HR. See if it fires. Oh, look at that! Wow! It's already idling down. Look at that. Well, I was going to say adjust the timing, but then again, I put it in, so it's, you know. It's dialed. Oh! Just like that. Went from I don't like, not good, to yes. And very loud. Very, very loud.
might get a burnout out of this. She's charging. She's right at 13.5 air fuel. TPS or the IAX at 1, which is perfect. That means our throttle position sensor and how we have the idle set is right where the computer wants to see it, and it is currently learning. So the more it sits, the more it learns. The more you drive, the more it learns. It just gets smarter and smarter. Just like the mufflers suggest, my neighbors probably hate me now. I think that's going to do it for tonight. It runs, it's alive, but tomorrow we've got like brakes, and then we should probably check if it like shifts into gear and is going to move and stuff. And then, lastly, that stuff. Okay. Well, good morning. We're back on the Thunder Turd we found down in Texas. We pulled her back to Tennessee here. We're going through this thing, trying to get it back on the road. Got it running late last night. Man, it sounds so good with the exhaust and the Holley Sniper on this thing. But we got one problem. There's absolutely no brake hardware. Well, at least on this side. This wheel was locked solid when we pulled it out of the garage with the travel wall. So I'm going to start going through the brakes. I at least need hardware here to see if the master cylinder is doing anything with the brake juice, and we'll go from there. Buckle up. This is another brake job. Woo! Oh, sesquicentennial. 200 years. That's not right. Is that 150 years? 8th grade, coming back. Now, it is time to tackle this. It's time to tackle this paint. I don't know what Kevin did. I scrubbed this roof until I almost caved it in, and then he just showed up and went, ooh, look, why am I here? That's great. So I'm going to do the same thing. Citrus cleaner, rags, literal elbow grease. Get all of this gross, yucky stuff off, and then start buffing. And while that's going to happen, new windshield, because we can't see out of it, and it's also broken. As a reminder, this is a really potent mix of potato chip, fryer grease, raccoon and rat pee, and the very authentic 3-decade garage dust. So many people passed on this car this guy was selling. Super nice guy. But no one wanted this car because of how terrible it smelled and all of the feces and urine in the vehicle. And I just want to say for the record, they were smart. I was not. Vibrating, but listen, paint is clean. The paint is polished, and we got the windshield in. So now it's finally time to do something with the interior. Finished. Okay. Look at this beautiful 68 Thunderbird. There are so many people, well, rightfully so, that would have passed and did pass on this T-Bird when I opened up that garage door. But I saw a ton of potential in this car. And as you can see, it is a qualified and certified going-to-town rig. We had to address the engine first off. It didn't run very good. We hopped it up with a 4-barrel intake, put a Holley Sniper 2 on it, addressed some of the belts and hoses and ignition and lightning hoses and sparkulators, new fuel system, fuel tank, sending unit lines, filters, and a digital pump to go along with that. We had to fix the brakes in the back. They got all new drums, shoes, hardware. We also put new soft lines in it. Speaking of stopping, we got these new 17s, and they look incredible. It really completes the look. It kind of John Wickish. Except I don't know how to, I just hurt my back, actually.
on that one. Interior, boy, that was an absolute disaster, an unhealthy one. But look at it now. It's got new carpet, reupholstered front seats, looks great, and that's all it literally took. New windshield, and of course the paint. The guy was not barking up a tree. This is brand new paint that is now 30 years old. Terribly done, but man, after cutting it and buffing it, it absolutely shines and looks brilliant. And of course, the whole journey started by using that travel all on the hill to yank this thing out of the garage. We literally drug it into the street and then towed it 800 miles back here to Tennessee so we could start digging in. Now my favorite part, let's go put this thing on the road, have some fun with it. Sun's going down. First impression? Yes. 30 years this car sat in that little garage. And it's just too bad it was parked. It's actually not that bad other than the leaking brake booster you hear right now. Seems to ride decent. Ready? Ah! We didn't roll into the ditch. It's pretty good. I don't have an oil pressure gauge, which is probably good, but everything else is doing fine so far. Horn works. What else do you need? So many people would have passed on this thing, and it's a shame. I'm glad we could get it back on the road. It's a sleek car. Fun to look at. So far, really fun to drive. Not bad. Cows are heading for water already. Oh no! I did not make it far. Already hot. Oh boy. It's pretty sweet while it lasted. 3rd degree burns on my hand. Ouch. It's at least 290 degrees. So it's probably a bad water pump. Something similar. I am going to let it cool down and drive it just a little bit farther because it's fun driving. And it looks great. Well, that's going to do it for this episode of Roadworthy Rescues, but stay tuned, there's plenty more to save. Oh, and this does prove you can polish a turd. We exhume a Studebaker that's been off the road for 39 years. The search for forgotten classic cars has brought a guy to north central Oklahoma. You might assume it's these beautiful square bodies back here, but it's not. It's actually what's stored in the shipping container back here. It's a pretty eclectic, rare, and unique car. Let's check it out. It's probably worth noting this car was bought sight unseen. That's just the way it goes. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got in here. Let's see
see what's in here. Haha, yes! A 1947 Studebaker Champion. But it's even the Starlight Coupe, which makes this girl actually very rare and sought after. That's the rear of the car. Can't quite see it. These were made from 39 to 58. This is a third generation, which was 47 to 52. I actually have a couple of these old gals, and they're really neat cars. This one's been sitting in here for a handful of years. It's supposed to maybe sort of run, but we're told that it just doesn't have brakes. That's weird. It's going to be a lot of fun. So let's check this thing out as much as we can. It's pretty tight in here, but that's just the way she goes. So from 1947 to 1955 on the Champion and Commander models, Studebaker offered this really cool spaceship-looking glass, and this was the Starlight Coupe. They're actually very hard to find, and they're even harder to find with this glass intact. They usually get robbed, stolen, borrowed forever, or unfortunately broken out. This one appears to be complete, which already means this purchase is awesome. You can see this kind of weird boat shape. This is a very World War II-esque kind of shape that cars went through. And Studebaker was at the front of just really weird designs, like how you open the trunk back here by pulling that lever. And then it kind of hides away. I'm surprised that opened, actually. We can't really walk around this thing too much, but I can tell you from this side anyway, it looks rust-free. And we're going to pretend we looked at the other side, and it's also rust-free. Yes. Also, there are some incredible Ellis Charmels lawnmowers in here, including a 920 diesel and a couple B12s. That's really sweet. I guess let's look inside. Oh, that's typical. Don't worry about that. All right. Wow, we got some saggage, some seat coverage, some cuppage. Ooh, smells like a litter box full of wet socks. It's enticing. But look how beautiful this interior is. You got just all these beautiful ornate knobs and the gold and the way the gauges are set up and everything in here. These are just really cool cars. The levers on the car, the outside, inside, the trunk, all were really, really neat. But the hood, not so much. It's actually this guy right here. And they most commonly don't work. The optimistic plan is to get this running, make it, a little bit roadworthy, and drive it, I don't even know how many hundreds of miles back to Tennessee. Triage. By the way, I should mention, I'm not a Studebaker expert. Anyway, let's open the hood. Should have a cute little flathead in here. Oh, there she goes. Oh, yeah. We got completage. Minus the battery, of course. Never got a battery. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're all still there. All be dipped. Got a newish-ish looking fuel pump. We got the fuel make happener still on there. That's good. Of course, it's a point system. Starter's still in it. It's got all the right hoses and whatnot. Dual horns. Wow. Original rad. Hello? That's empty. We're off to a good start here. It's got some juice in it. It's 4-quart slow. It's fine. We should probably make sure this thing turns over and even runs. And then we got to figure out if we're actually going to put a master cylinder in this or if we're going to trade it for that 55 Ford sitting over there. So I think the first thing a guy's going to do is just make sure the engine spins over freely by hand. It's been sitting a long time. I actually just noticed walking around again, the plate says 85, which is carry the 4 divided by 6, 39 years. It's a long time. And then we'll figure out if the starter switch works and the relay and the actual starter and all that stuff, okay? Okay, plan. So I'm just gonna grab the fan blades here. Oh yeah, she's rotating. Oh, I hear compression too. I'll be dipped. Look at that. Yeah, so we're safe to go ahead and install a battery. And this is a positive ground unit unless it's been messed with. And we're gonna find that out very quickly by doing this. I think we're good. We're trying to see if we have a key. We don't. That's really weird. So there are no ignition sticks. It's dangling out of the dash. I'm going to assume someone's been doing what I was doing beforehand. And I can't get the door all the way open, and I can't wall her in there. Sasquatch. So I'm going to try to put some wind in the wheels. Got some ramps here off a trailer. Try to push this thing outside where we could see what in the devil is going on with this thing. Here we go. Okay. Okay, here we go now. Guess what? The wheels are locked up. So maybe we hook a chain and we'll just drag it out of here. Yeah, that's a good idea. Here's that plate 85. This was parked pretty much when I was born. Think about it. I'm going to jump in the trunk, see if the keys are back here. Or what else we have. Wow, the breather is in here for the engine. Check this out. No way. Old school inflator. You don't need them battery ones. You just use this guy. It's pretty cool. We've got ice cube juice. Spot remover, that's a cool can. I'm gonna keep that. We got a mouse house, another brick. We got a ridge wheel. Some more mouse houses. Hello. Time to go. Eminent domain. That's it. No keys, unfortunately. I guess we're gonna have to wire in a lawnmower key or something to this thing, but let's continue to try to jump it with miscellaneous wires, pliers, vice grips, pieces of wood. The starter relay is not starter relaying. Got no brakes, got no running engine, got no key, got no starter. What are the chances we bought one? That. So now I'm going to spend 74,000 hours getting the throttle linkage, part of the distributor, the whole distributor, and other things out, just so I can pull the two bolts out to get this off. Zebra. Yes! Let's drive. But anyway, good news. We found a starter motor right here that works. I bench tested it on the tailgate over there. Put this back in, then we will resume trying to see if we can get this to start. Oh, and don't forget about the lawnmower key. At least they make them late. You can just drive it right out of the container, Derek. And then all you gotta do is put wheels on it. Sweet. Hey, the starter's in. I think I got it hooked back up. I got my lone wolf hooked up. It should make starter noises and turn the engine over. Yes! Barely. Wow, motor is tight. I should just... Whoever called it a funny bone needs to be audited. Okay, this is really just getting on my nerves, and I know it's factory. People are gonna cringe right now, but I ain't got the time. I'm not gonna risk taking the head bolt off. It's the last thing we're gonna do. Yep. Yes. Okay. Yep. All right. Oh. Yep. Oh, it's easy. Blowing all of the mouse droppings and welcome notes out of the way. We're gonna juice this thing up like Arnold Schwarzenegger with a little bit of whatever this mystery oil is. That cylinder must be up because it's not taking nothing. And then we'll let this sit. It's gonna lubricate the rings, the cylinder walls, all that stuff. And then we'll spin it over and shoot all of it back out. But we're gonna let it sit while I'm working on spark and fuel. So these are points or contacts, depends on who you ask and what time of day it is. And their job is simple. They're opening and closing the connection or circuit for the ignition here. When they sit over time, they build up a film or sulfur or some sort of stuff. Bimetallic corrosion, essentially. Okay? And then they don't contact correctly. So I'm just in here with my Leatherman filing away. See? And then we can apply electricity back to the ignition coil, test them, and we should see or hear spark. If you roll it by hand, you can hear it. You hear that clicking? We got spark, that means! Boy, it's 2 cylinders are trying to fire. That's better than 6. Come on, bring the thunder. Keep bringing it. Oh yeah, it's barely even smoking. Keep in mind, most of that's Marvel Mystery Oil. I don't know what's in it. It's a mystery, but it does smoke. Boy, this sounds terrible, doesn't it? £60 of oil pressure, and it's charging. I am going to shut it off, though. It has no water in it. Wow. Well, there you go. The old Studebaker is baking. Probably overbaked. It's smoking a lot. Okay, it sounds horrible. It's pretty good, but we've only got, how many, 700 miles? It seems fine. So let's go ahead and change the oil. Maybe that'll put new bearings in it. And we should consider maybe putting some fresh fuel in it. That might be part of the reason it's running on 1.5 cylinders. Then we'll put some coolant in it, see how bad the head gasket leaks. And then we can test the clutch and then confirm for the 40th time we don't have brakes.
Only place this thing's driving is the junkyard. We got bad drivetrain issues. Very bad. It's shooting fuel out the carb, so the valves aren't closing and opening as they should. Everything's fine.
Okay, it's running on 3. Let's see if it moves. Clutch test. First gear. Yep, it might maybe pull itself. Reverse. Oh yeah. First. Yep. Reverse. First. You see where I'm going here? We got a clutch. So here's what a guy's gonna do. I'm gonna jump in this thing, tootle it around the yard here for a second to this machine shed or shop down here. I don't know what it is. And we could continue to work on it there, but this is the first time this car has moved under its own power in, I don't know, long time. This should be pretty fun, actually. We're going. Oh, wow, the torque. About lost my hat. These were a really nice, elegant, middle luxury car back then. If you sold Maytag dryers or owned a gas station, you probably had one of these back in the day, you know. Oh, left front's a little flat. I think we're on the rim. That's all right. Oh, yep, ignore that. I got no brakes. I also can't turn the ignition off. I didn't think about this very good. One of the main reasons these cars are parked, remember the bandit brake situation there? Yeah, they're, master cylinders in the floor, and they're not the easiest to replace. Some would say you have to cut the entire floor out and then pry and then hit it with hammers. And let's just say I might have been there many times. So you have beautiful cars like this that the brakes fail, the master cylinder in particular, they just get parked because they're such a difficult job. We thought we might have a lift, but it's broke. What? See, this is the problem, is how do you work on it? There's no room to do anything. Good news, this is a brake master cylinder. Why don't we go up top, through the duct tape floor, fill this with juice, and just see, maybe, somehow, some way, this just starts working again. Very unlikely, but let's try it. We could put some juice in it, and maybe the seals would just rejuvenate. Yeah, it just coughed. It's full of rust. Well, the pedal's coming back up. You can't make this stuff up. We might only be running 4 brake lines instead of 12. What I need to do is acquire a bench vise
because I got to take off the Snootson rod over to the axle diagrameter that runs into the piston limiter up to this rod, which is a neutrometer to the clutch pedal. That also has split barrels for the line chutes. But I don't think I can do it just trying to manually twist it, so we got to figure that out. So I got one SAE croissant wrench on here. Then I'm going to take another one and just work them against each other here. And see if I can get this to free up. Oh, I got it. I must have had some leverage on it for some reason. Put this here. What do you think? Wow. If that ain't the cutest thing I ever seen. Of course. Now everything has to go back in. Well, the guys hit a roadblock for today. We did get the Champion running. It was a lot of fun pulling it out of the container, drove it around the yard a little bit, got it into the shop here, got the master cylinder in, but I don't have all the fittings I need to finish up the brake system, so I'm actually going to call it for tonight, throw some groceries down the app in the morning, start collecting fittings and some line, and we're going to come back and get these brakes finished up because we've got a long road trip. It runs. We got to get the thing going down the road, though. See you in the morning. Said fitting hunt led me to these. This is all we have in this entire county, so that seems fine. I'm short a lot. So here's what's going to happen. I don't have a bench vise in here, so I couldn't bench bleed the master cylinder last night. So I'm going to use wherever I put the 316 line at and swing it under the door jamb back into the pot and try to bleed that and then hook up the lines. And then I'm going to do wheel cylinders and then snap off the lines to the wheel cylinders, replace the rubber lines. It's brake. I'm doing brakes all day. I have done drum brakes on every inch of this earth, on every type of vehicle, except the 47 Studebaker. Turns out they are highly confusing and weird. I read a manual, it confused me. I read it more, it confused me more. So now I'm just debating whether or not to take this off because it's like a jack-in-the-box. Once it's out, good luck putting it back. Special tool in my behind. It's called a vice grip. Complete. So here's the rear shoe up this side here, and you can see how thick the pad is down here. And it's gone just shredded on the top. And that's from the e-brake being actuated. It pulls on this, which would rock the top part of the shoe back like that. So this tells me not only does this dude not have brakes, it hasn't had brakes for 23 years minimum.
news, bad news. The good news is we still don't have brakes. The bad news is I got to work on brakes. But look, I have some pedal, which means the master cylinder surgery we did is working. The fronts work excellent. I failed to replace the rubber line in the back that goes from the frame to the axle because, let's face it, I'm lazy. But here's the thing. It's so constricted, I'm not getting any fluid to all the new drums and hardware and everything in the rear. So unfortunately, I got to crawl back under the car and try to get that rubber line replaced without snapping 3 hard lines. Now I'm going to break all of them. Okay. There was some old brake fluid on one of the lines. Now the ham gravy coming out is what we want to see, not the beef gravy. Found the key. All this actually does is just turn on accessories and everything like that. The starter switch is actually on the floor. This is a 3-pole ignition switch, and we have a 5-pole lawnmower one. This one, the start, is actually cranking here, but the start switch for the Stewed is actually on the floor. Now I could technically use this and just turn it on, and then use the foot switch, but first, because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna try to use my drill bit key and see if I can just turn this with a plier or a screwdriver and avoid having to do any of that stuff, because I just really want to drive it right now. There we go. So now you can see the end of the tumbler is this little flat edge, and it happens to match so now I can just go boop, 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 just like that. See if the switch works. Okay, ignition coming hot. Now. And contact. Nothing. So unfortunately, the starter switch is bad. Starter's hanging up.
Like a Swiss watch.
Two cylinders are missing. You can hear it. We're still going to try to drive it. Maybe it'll come back around, you know? Could be one of the world's first 4-cylinder Studebakers. If you're handed a lemon, trade it for whiskey, is what I always say. All right, let me show you the tires. They're really awesome. Nope. Hey, check out these hot rods. Travel Star. Sure. Whatever. They're gonna work. Of course, you have to put the white wall out. I'm not a huge fan of white walls, I gotta be honest, but they do fit some vehicles. And this one, I think it's fitting. Probably should be a little wider, but that's okay. So a guy found a self-serve car wash a couple miles down the road. So we're gonna fire this thing up, slam the hood, jump in, drive it downtown, wash this thing up for the first time in I don't know how long. And then we'll better see what we're working with and we'll get some miles on this thing. Right. Ha! Like a dream. We are the champions, my friend. I'm gonna leave that. Don't worry about that. All right. Brake check.
Oh, wow. I think that's probably the best brakes we've ever had on the show. If I'm being honest, I can't see them. Okay. Struggling to get out of first gear. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be going down the highway with the girl. This is about top speed. What did I hit, 20? It wants to run, but I'm concerned that we've got a couple bent push rods or something going on. And unfortunately, the inspection cover for the valve train is right underneath the intake and the exhaust, so it's not a quick little look like a Ford 300, for example, or a Chevrolet. You can just pop the cover out the other side. This has got some work to even take a look. Woo! New record, 28! Man, it's too bad. Car handles terribly, so that's good. But it's fun to drive. It looks neat. Headlightage coming in. Boom! Look at that. We do have headlights. And the brake lights are stuck on, so technically we have tail and brake lights. That's going to do it for tonight. I'm just going to keep working on the car here, try to get some of this stuff off, clean it up, take it right back to the shed. We've got some more work to do on this thing for sure. See you in the morning. Studebaker Commander Starlight. Check out this glass. It was tucked away in a container here in Oklahoma. Hadn't run in many years. The plate said 1985. After a complete brake job, going through the ignition system, a couple other things, it's officially roadworthy. We drove it last night. We went to the car wash and, well, the paint looks terrible. Now, originally, I had hoped we could road trip this thing all the way back to Vice Grip Garage in Tennessee, but I don't think this little flathead has it in it. However, doesn't mean we can't cruise it around locally. So here's the plan. We're going to put some slick on this thing. Do something with the paint here and do something with the wheels. Clean it up a little bit more. Address a few small items on the car. We're going to hit the back roads. Try to find some cool plastics, some other stuff to look at. We're still going to have a lot of fun. First, let's see if we can bring this paint back around. When this car was first in the container and I glassed at it, I thought maybe it was original paint, but now that it's out, you can clearly see someone just painted the entire car, glass, rubber, trim, and it's a really weird, chalky, old single stage, basically. It's like clay. I'm gonna use some cutting compound, try to get through the oxidation. If we can get some luster out of it without a ton of work, we'll keep going. I did bring some shine around. It's looking pretty good, actually. I am unfortunately out of pads, though. I bought this store completely out, and of course there's a bunch of old paint just clogging these things up. So I'm going to roll this outside, take a look at it in the daylight. Then I got a few more things to touch up looks-wise. I think we're ready to go cruise again. So I think I'm finished with the paint here. It's good enough to be a go-in-the-town rig. So now I'm going to move on to the tires and wheels. Now normally, a guy throws a package at these cars, spruces them up. Wheels and tires can make or break a project in the looks department. But in this particular case, I don't want to take away from any of this really cool, iconic styling. So I'm just going to throw the original hubcaps back on. But I am going to paint them up a little bit and get that red center back in them, clean them, and that should complete our look. Hey, check this out. They're dry, sharp,
Just a little bit of Windex and paint. These look just fine. We got mismatching though. We're gonna put these two that kind of match on this side and the other two that don't match these on the other side. All right, there we go. Sure. Something like that. Yep. Well, a guy did catch wind that right down the road here, I don't know, 10, 15 miles, there's a feller that's got a bunch of old wreckers and cars and trucks and even old buildings that he's restoring. So we're going to jump in the Stewart, go for a cruise, see if we can find this place, check out some old stuff. It really is a shame it doesn't run just a little more rigorous. It would be a lot of fun to road trip this thing. But it's going good. We still got a lot of oil pressure. It's charging. It's running about 190 now. It did get a little hot there. But now we got some wind coming through the teeth. It's doing a lot better. Well, we made it to Jerry's Wrecker Service, and there is a lot of eye candy. It's hard to take it in. There's trucks and wreckers and fuel trucks, and I see a 50 fastback Chevy and a school bus and a diner, and there's a lot. So let's start climbing around this place. Jerry himself is here. Let's dig in. Golly! Look at this Chevrolet. Okay, so I was expecting some old cars, but I did not know they've got a bunch of beautifully restored vehicles. Check this out. Look at this cab over. A 1947 auto transport trailer hooked to it. That would haul 4 classic cars back in the day from Detroit to wherever. Could you imagine muscling that thing around, no AC, out in the middle of absolutely nowhere? Hey, Jerry.
Hey.
How's it going?
All right. How about you?
Good. Thanks for having us out here. This is incredible.
Thank you. Thank you.
How many vehicles do you think you have on your property here?
80 vehicles?
Yeah, trucks.
300.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
He's got me beat. Okay, so this thing really stands out for me. This is a 1946 Flexible, and I heard that you took it as a bus and converted it to an RV?
Correct.
And you actually traveled in this thing,
Correct.
I heard.
Yeah, made it in an RV inside. Pretty much like an Airstream laid out.
Well, this is very cool. So obviously you've got a wrecker service, but you're clearly into classic automobiles.
Yeah, that's my, yeah.
You love the Chevys, it looks like.
Yeah.
You've got fastbacks and coupes and business coupes and convertibles and all sorts of stuff around here. Looks like 48 to 52 is kind of your window you
exactly.
like. Yeah. Let's look at this fastback quick. These are my favorite. I love the fastbacks.
Yeah, even in the 4-door, they look good.
They do. Yeah. So how long you had this one?
Oh, I've only had that one about 5 years finished.
I see some sort of rumble seat spare tire back here. What's in that
That's
room?
a 31 Ford 500.
Okay.
On leg.
And 58 million trophies. I'm assuming those are from car shows.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. I got to step foot in your diner a little bit ago, and I've heard of restoring cars and trucks and buses, which is a huge challenge, but actually taking a full diner and restoring it. Did that seem overwhelming? I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start.
No, actually, I enjoyed that probably more than the car. And if you get to look at that diner, it's pretty much like doing a car. It's all metal.
There's so much to look at. I'm getting giddy here. But thanks so much for the time.
Nice meeting you.
Appreciate it so much. And you got a beautiful collection. My goodness. This is just one example of the car community and how they're just always great people. We didn't know Jerry from Adam until just a few minutes ago, but they're just like-minded folks and they're good people. Plus, driving these old classic cars, there's nothing that compares to this. Yes, they're loose and kind of hard to handle and whatever else, but you can actually feel the car. You feel the road underneath of you. You actually have to drive the thing. You know, the manual on the column and four-wheel drum manual brakes and things like that. It is absolutely enjoyable. If you've never done it, give it a shot. If you have one in your backyard or shed or lean-to or garage, stop procrastinating. Get it on the road. Rescues, we pull a 55 Pontiac from the grave and put it on the dirt track. Maybe, if I can get it out of here. Hopefully this works.
week, we're back in Tennessee. We're rummaging through hubcap hills. And I think it's time we do something with this 1955 Pontiac. This is a really cool car. It's the first year of the Pontiac V8, other than one they rebranded in like 31 or 32. This is a nice two-door post car. It's pretty complete, but it's going to take a lot to get this thing going and back on the road. But let's walk around it, see what it's going to take, and then devise a plan to get this out of the brush and into the shop. Let's see if we can start in the trunk, actually. Here's something pretty cool. We actually have ignition sticks to this unit. I always like to start in the trunk, see what kind of engine parts we have laying back here. Wow, nothing but a spare that we probably could use. Oh, we got severe weight reduction on the deck lid. Let's just pretend we didn't see that. This is very Buick-esque, this Pontiac style, but it has really cool features like this right here that actually matches the hood on the other side of the vehicle. Speaking of hood, this head thing lights up, which we have to get that working, if nothing else. Open. I don't know how this works, if it's Bluetooth or... There we go. Sweet. That's the Strato Streak. It actually looks a lot bigger than it is, but it almost looks like the Buick Nailhead. It's just a little 287 though. We got completage. Fuel making happeners there. Lightning whirler. Brad's here. Generator. Complete with belt. Probably no warranty on that. I know there's a lot of stuff here, but man, it's gonna need some work. All right, so now let's jump on the inside of this rig and see how that has fared the last 700 million years that this car's been on Earth. Oh. Wow. It smells like a violin full of old dentures. It's got a very woodsy, moist smell. This is really cool. Worth the entire purchase. Steering wheel, dash looks amazing. But I loved how beautiful the styling was in the 50s. All the makes did great. They were all very elegant, nice looking. Huh. Old car. What's in it? We got the P for the Pontiac on the hood. We got a knob. We got a button, just in case. I like that. Were these dual cigarette lighters? I think they were. Probably not. I don't know what I'm looking at. It was serviced regularly by Shell. The stickers start here and go all the way down the side. And the door is equally as rotted as the trunk, unfortunately. Ooh. We also got an ankle vent. Severe ankle vent. It's really rusted. Really rusted. That's fine. Okay. That's our Pontiac. So unfortunately, this 55 Pontiac is pretty far gone. Probably too far gone for us to do some sort of restoration in just a handful of days. But I've got an idea that will get it out of the tree still, have some fun with the car and put it back on the road. We can do kind of a 50s NASCAR theme with this thing, and then we don't have to worry and care about all the rust and rot in the floors and doors and trunk and everywhere else. That being said, it's going to be a tremendous amount of work, starting with just getting this out of the trees. So my buddy Chad is back from season 2. He's going to be helping me with this thing. What do you think about this Chieftain?
It's pretty cool. It's got an airplane, you know, it's a lot of rust.
A lot of rust. Doors don't close, stuff like that. But maybe we could slide this around a track, though, and have some fun.
Yeah. Sounds dangerous, but yeah.
Definitely. Okay, so first thing is probably just try to get some tires on this, get it rolling.
Yeah.
And then we'll find something to drag it out of here, get it up to the shop.
Sounds good.
All right, let's go find some tires. So I often get old cars, hide them back here under the foliage and trees, try to protect them a little bit, but they often often lose tires, so this is going to be interesting. Look at the roly-polies. Alright. Repeat. Other side. Jeez, man. You're working way too hard. It's too early for that. So we don't have any documented proof of how long this thing's been off the road, like insurance or registration or plates or anything, but from a guy's experience with automobile archaeology, I'm going to guesstimate 28 to 34.5 years this has been sitting. So this is actually going to be really cool if we can get this thing fired back up and running. One of my biggest concerns right now is this should have some form of Dynaflow transmission. They work great when they work, but when they don't work, there's probably 5 people in this country that know how to rebuild that transmission correctly. I've been through it multiple times with my old Buicks. So, we'll have to keep that in mind. If it runs, it's a victory, but actually, will it go in gear? Good to go. She's dancing on all 4 paws. Okay, so this is an Automagical. We know the front 2 tires turn. We don't know if the rear is locked up or anything with the drive line.
Yeah.
But I've got a diesel Scout that should be able to yank this thing. I'm gonna mow a path through the trees. We'll hook a chain on this. You can get an air tank and a respirator. Steer this, and let's see if we can pull it back to the shop. We got a journey ahead of us. Now we go revive a Scout. There it is.
It's got air in the tires, so that's good.
I can't even remember the last time that thing ran. This is a 1980 International Scout. It's actually a pretty rare one because it has the SD33 turbo diesel. They only made a few of these. Pretty gutless, but it's reliable and 4-wheel drive. Seem to have a reoccurring theme now where we get an international running and pull something else out. Now it's the Pontiac. Okay, this is gonna be sketchy. Hopefully this works. This side's rolling.
This side's locked. Jesus.
Can't see nothing.
It's rolling now.
It is? You want to unhook it? I'll spin around.
Okay.
This way, if you get cooking down this hill, I can grab a gear before we
bang.
Yeah. So might get a little. I might grab third. That's all I'm saying. Okay, now we're almost out of the trees. We got to go down a trail, through a hayfield, basically down the road to the shop. Should be fine. Love this old Scout. The utilitarian tractor-like. It gets the job done.
Go! Oh my God.
Got pretty close there. We made it. Okay, now, how do we get it back in the shop? Wow, it rolls really good, actually. That's surprising. Whoa. 4W! Little ambiance. That was personal.
We've made the trek. The car is in Vice Grip Garage. Now, here's the plan. We don't have one. But I think we should start with seeing if this actually runs first. And it's going to get pretty dicey. But let's get this hood off so we can actually see, get over the fenders, work on this thing. We're going to start with the basics: spark, fuel, compression, probably also check the gears. And we'll probably end up with the least important: brakes. Hopefully it runs. It's been sitting a long time. All right, you want to bang on that key and we'll see if this thing spins over?
Yep.
We got a inline light bulb checker doodabber. This bulb should flash if we got sparkles. Fingers crossed. Oh. Okay. It's got vacuum and it's spinning. That's really good news. I was worried this was going to be a boat anchor. I'm going to try to prime this. Hit her again. Oh. Come on. Yes. Come on, girl. It doesn't sound that bad. Valve train came right around. I'm gonna guess it's got oil pressure. I don't hear any clanking or banging. First time running, I'm gonna say in decades. Look at this thing. Oh, that's so cool. Yes! It runs, it's got oil pressure. It must have a lot of oil pressure because the valve train didn't even want to clank or nothing while we were cranking on it for a while. So that is fantastic news. Okay, we got a wheel stop in here. Yep. So I'm gonna bottle feed it again and just jam it and drive and see what happens. Okay. Oh yeah. Woo! Okay, that's a bigger victory than the engine, I gotta be honest. That's solid drive.
Oh yeah, she clicked in there.
Oh man. That just saved like 2 days. It would have been a big project converting this to a power guide. But now we can do fun things like brakes.
Sweet.
Early lunch. Okay, let's get it up in the air and see what the bottom side looks like. So I think where we're going to start is just a lot of the basic maintenance stuff. Try to get this thing running and idling on its own so we can further assess what's going on here. I'm going to drain the transmission, shift machine, they'll go forward, go backwards box. Chad's going to crack the plug on like fuel tank, see if anything is even in there.
Oh, that smells real bad.
That looks like 10W30.
It's like fresh motor oil. Oh, that's brutal.
So we're getting into the Earl filter here. This one's a little bit different. Some of these older rigs, you just have a canister basically, or filter insert would go in the canister and then boop, you just put this up. So eventually, obviously, as automobile progressed, you get the whole thing to spin on. In this case, you keep reusing the can side and just drop this in to change your filter. Ooh, and that is one slimy, not so goodish looking filter. Triple trapper. That's cool. An old triple trapper. Ah. Eyes down, bay one. Triple trapping. Should run like a scalded coyote now. So my earlier estimates of how long this car sat, I think, was poorly misjudged. This car sat so long, the belt has hermetically sealed itself to the pulleys, and we can't seem to get it out. It's a really sweet idea.
Is that a standing wheel on it?
Yeah. What would you use?
this episode of Tennessee Metal. See what I did there? Okay, put that belt on. Let's go home. Boom. Beautiful, man. And that's a green belt. That ain't going nowhere. So I'm gonna redo the ignition system here. Radio resistance. Hyper low. Performance stuff back in the day. Tell you what. Old school AC Delcos. Thing's got about 74 million miles on it. So this is pretty cool, doing some automobile archaeology here. The filter was just an AC, and the plugs are really old school AC as well. You can tell by the color green and the white band as well, and it just says AC. It didn't become AC Delco until 1974. So the plugs and oil in this is 50 years old-ish. It's a long time. Doesn't necessarily mean that's when it was parked, but I doubt these have been run since 1974. That's pretty crazy. I'm gonna basically just start tuning this up, get a new fuel line from the rail to the pump, but we're just inching closer to having this thing sit here and idle. Chad's working hard on the doors. He found out the hard way as I was pulling them with the Scout. They just kind of flopped open and did all sorts of this stuff. I was just gonna barb wire them closed. He's got glass down and he's digging into latches and levers and mechanisms and all the stuff that I don't have patience for.
All right. Safety.
Okay, we've got new sparkulators in, lightning hoses, basically ignition's been updated. We've pushed air through the fuel line. There's fresh fuel. We know that we don't have any obstructions from the tank up to here, so now we're gonna try to get the mechanical fuel pump to work. I'm gonna bottle feed it. Hopefully we should see fuel spraying out of this. Then I'll plug that in and we'll see if the fuel making happer is gonna make it happen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's pumping. So let me plug this up. It's crazy how this thing is just like slowly coming to life. Okay, give her a go. Uh-oh, again. It sounds like it was turned off yesterday. Yeah. Well, the belt's staying on after our Dremel attack. It fires right up. Somehow the starter's hung in there. We've cranked the snot out of that thing. Yeah, there's no accelerator pump. So this is pretty awesome. It actually charges. The generator is working. We're getting like 12.6, 12.7 here. And the gauge in the dashing works. The story we heard was an old timer parked this and then unfortunately passed away. And I think that's probably actually the case. You hear that all the time and it's not, but pretty good old rig. So let me figure out this fuel delivery issue. Luckily, we've got a good old standby 2 jet sitting here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just bolt this on because I know this will have an accelerator pump. Should be able to rev this thing up. And Chad's got the heater hose capped off as well. So we should be able to fill this up with ice cube juice and see how many leaks we have. All right, ready?
Sounds so much better. Yeah.
Temp gauge is working. Says it's right in the middle. Says it's charging. Oil pressure's in the middle. Horn kind of works. It's pretty pitiful. I think everything works with the radio. The dome light. Why did that all of a sudden start ripping?
Vacuum? Plug that.
The car is slowly coming alive. I just tried that a minute ago and it was like, yeah. Now, that's a get the heck out of the way. I got a Pontiac.
Well, good morning. We had another really late night last night, but we made big progress on the Pontiac.
Yeah, we got the brakes figured out, we got the rear brake drum turned, and now it stops going forward and backwards, so we should be good for some driving around in the track and stuff like that.
We got the master cylinder replaced, and we had to replace a lot of lines. We got a brand new line to the rear, both front sides, the rubber lines, all of that. But it's bled, feeling pretty confident. Then we got the exhaust fixed. We cut off the old muffler, straight piped her with a little turn down. We're kind of just tootling around with little things here, waiting for Browder to show up. He's going to start hand lettering and painting this car. I have started taping, which that's going to be a big process. We're going to get all the chrome covered because the nanosecond that lettering is dry, we're going to clear coat this thing in and make sure we preserve and protect all that hand lettering for years to come. And then we can finally go enjoy this thing, hit the highway, find a track.
Oh, yeah.
All right, taping, commence. So Browder's here, you remember him, he's done a lot of work for us. He does fantastic lettering, he's an awesome artist. Of course, we had to call him for this one. Now, back in the day, if you're gonna run NASCAR like we were talking earlier, you usually just kick the hubcaps off, tape a pellet to the steering wheel and go racing, but you had to have funds to do this, and people started picking up sponsors and things of that nature to put some jingle in your pocket for the weekend, for fuel and tires and whatnot. We're gonna do the same, and of course, we had to go with Hot Rod Magazine. So Browder did some research, and you combed all of the archives for 55 specifically.
Right.
Obviously 55 Pontiac, but the lettering on the back for the Hot Rod Magazine, that is era specific. And then I'll leave it to your professional opinion what we should do on the hood. If we're going to do the straddle streak, if we're going to do the CI or
Horsepower, sometimes.
or, you know.
I like to brag about that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, while he's doing this side, he'll explain what he's doing. I'm going to go on the other side and start taping. I'm already cramping up.
Okay, so on the hot rod part of this, I went and researched the 1955 magazines. And what I did is I made a pattern, and I perforated where the lines are, and I'll take chalk. This technique dates back to the 1500s when Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel. They restored those paintings in the early 80s, and they found traces of his pounce patterns. And that's how we know that. So this is a very old technique, and it's an old sign painter's trick. This is just an oil-based enamel sign painter's paint, and I'm putting a little bit of a tint to it just to kind of get a little bit closer to the red that's on it. And I'm going to apply this so it gives the appearance that it's been on there this whole time, since 1955.
Browder's up on the roof now, putting our driver, and he's going to be putting on there Robert E. Peterson. Now, some of you might be familiar with that name, but it's the founder of Hot Rod Magazine, i.e. the quarter panels back here and Fast Forward, Motor Trend, and, well, honestly, this show. So I thought it would be really cool to get him up on the car there and be a tribute to him as well. Meanwhile, Chad and I are still taping off. This side is almost done. It's looking fantastic. Once we get some clear on this, it's going to be just amazing. Wait. Well, Browder, once again, you absolutely crushed it. I love how you used the paint that was there and worked around it, and it just looks incredible. Thanks again, man.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Woo! So to complete our look, we've got to change the tires and wheels, obviously. We're going to keep the steel wheel look, but these are really skinny, and obviously the tires aren't holding wind. So we're going to upgrade to some 15x8 steel wheels, and then the BF Goodrich radial TAs. These are 215/70/15s. And of course, you got to do a white letter out, right? So we're going to mount these up first, and then I'm going to paint them. It's going to save a bunch of time and hassle. Just lean in, and I'll
put my face by the side.
So the tires we got off the interwebs are way too narrow for our wheels, so we're going to try to stretch these on here the old school way.
Bring the thunder. Didn't work.
Hey, I mean, it looked cool. I lost 2 eyebrows.
Hit her. Boom. That time it went.
Gloss black is what we're gonna go with. It tied in the rust, like the age of the car, the shadow on the 55. It just made it look really cool. We're gonna let these sit for the night. The car's got to dry for the night as well, all the lettering and everything that Browder did. And then in the morning, we're gonna clear coat it. These will be drying mean whilst. We'll mount them up. I think we're gonna try to drive this thing to the track. Garage gets a whole new studio, we get a bouncy castle. Well, Browder's artwork has fully dried. Now it's time to get this car into our professional paint booth and put some clear coat on this. And by professional, well, you've seen us use garden sheds and pop-up tents and everything. We really stepped her up this time. Guy went on the interwebs and found a blow-up spray booth. It's like an adult bouncy house, basically. Yeah. It's got like a mini bar area in the back. I don't know, it's pretty cool. We're gonna roll this out in there, quick wipe it down once over with some, I don't know, Earth Ghost juice, something, clean it up because of our handprints and all that. And we also have a bunch of bugs and mosquitoes and stuff like that that I don't necessarily want in the paint forever. Chad's actually gonna lay a coat down. He's never done it before. I'm gonna show him how easy it is. And then I'm gonna lay a second coat down. And then we're gonna call that good enough and go to lunch. As far as product goes, we're going to be using the Vice Grip Garage wipe-on clear coat, but you can also spray it if you want. We're going to be mixing the gloss and then the Vice Grip Garage matte clear, and we mix both of these equal parts. We're going to get more of a satin, so it's not going to be super shiny. It's not going to have that kind of dull sheen. Should land somewhere in the middle, and then of course we're just going to add our catalyst. It's an 8-to-1, so we'll have 8 parts clear, 1 part catalyst. Mix these up. I'll do several cups. Chad's never sprayed it before. I'm going to hand it over to him, let him put a coat on. We'll let that flash off, and then we'll do it one more time. We are going to wear a respirator. We do have a fan in our bounce house pulling some of the air out through some makeshift filters, and should turn out pretty good. Keep on rocking. Chad's doing really good. Guys, don't be afraid to do this stuff at home. It's not rocket science. Well, there's science, but it's not rocket science. And it's just clear coat. If you mess it up, you just sand it down and do it again. This is going to look great. It already has a nice satin sheen. It'll dry a little bit duller, but it's looking awesome. Great job, dude.
Feel the rust blowing?
Oh, yeah. Seal it in.
Yeah, we wanted to get that in there. It's the 3D effect. Now we just let it bake in the bake booth. Higher than Snoop Dogg and Mount Everest. Woo!
Hey, the car has baked. It's dried. It looks absolutely incredible. The rust, you can see this really darkened up. The shadow looks great. And it brought a lot of this red back. Remember how there was such a big contrast between the hand painted and what was here? Now they virtually match. And it just tied everything in beautifully. And the best part is this awesome art here is going to be protected now for years and years to come. So we're going to roll it outside of the booth here. It's about 317 degrees in here. Get it back into the shop. And then I think that's it for the looks department. Okay, so got the car back on the lift. Chad's going to put the new tires and wheels on.
Okay, get out of there. Easy.
It's just hot rodding, dude. While he's doing that, I'm gonna throw sparks at the fuel tank right now. We have a fuel delivery issue. What happens a lot of times is varnish, rust, old gas, it gets just congealed into like a jelly in the pickup tube or the screen itself. I think this is shot. Shouldn't sound like the rising tide in there. It's full of rust. Okay, I guess we're putting a fuel cell in because race car. Okay, that's vacuumed. Then we're going full race car. Cut the trunk out of this thing, throwing in a fuel cell. We're gonna swing a fuel line around, plug that back into the original fuel line that I snapped off, trying to get the old fuel cylinder out. Okay, digital fuel pump's wired in. And when we turn the key, that should pump. Ta-da! Fuel system.
Oh, geez. Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot, Chad.
Yeah.
Jesus. It's gotta pass tech. Tact. We're gonna see if this thing's gonna pull fuel, fire up, and run. Hopefully so. We don't have time to test drive it. We're just gonna have to basically try to drive to the track tomorrow. Don't, this thing's gotta pull fuel. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Come on. There it is. We're good to go. We're gonna head back to Thunder Hill Raceway Park. You guys remember the bare metal Bel Air? Same track. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We might even try to post up some times. Chad versus me in the old 55. Well, we have successfully made it to Thunder Hill Raceway. This is a quarter-mile track, and get this, the bank angle is 33 degrees, which is actually more than the famous Bristol track. This is going to be a lot of fun. Racetrack here, don't go off that side over there. Now, this is cool. This is what they did back in the day, and we've been saying this, but we dug this out of the trees, put some basic maintenance items on it, kicked the hubcaps off, and we're here just to do some fun racing, go around the track. Maybe try to keep it off the walls because we got to get home in it.
Yeah.
Do you want to go first?
Yeah, otherwise it'll be wrecked. I won't get to go.
Good point. I think the helmet's in it. Have fun.
All right. Oh, I don't know if this is extra large. Oh, I look like an idiot.
This is Chad's first time ever driving the car, so we might as well do it on the dirt track. Go fast, turn left. Okay, we'll get the stopwatch going. He's gonna try low gear and high gear. It wants to hunt in between the two. Oh, it looks so cool. Sorry. Look at the front tire. It is rough out there. It is bouncing like a basketball. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. They used to tape stuff into the seats to make you not slide, but he'll figure it out. 29.33. I can't remember what we were running in the bare metal Bel Air. I think it was slightly faster. But this one looks way better, let's be honest. Hammer! Feed her the onions! Visors are all shook down. 29.47. Consistent little devil. I can't do math, but that's really close.
fastest.
It looks so good.
Imagine 20 cars that look similar ripping around. Look at the intense look. Really dialed in. 28.44 is probably a record. Oh, pit stop. Is it getting hot at all? Still as well, Christian? Sweet, dude. Dude, the front tires look like they're about to rip off of this thing. Like they're bouncing off the ground.
Right here, it's so rough. It's like everything's fine.
Those look cool. You ran really consistent.
You have like a pry bar to get this off, or? It survived. It was pretty shaky. Especially there's massive potholes right here, but other than that, it wasn't too bad. I mean, the front tires pushed a little bit, but now I got it tacked up for you. It'll probably be able to just...
Okay. Got the track dialed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is like a child's medium. Were you in low?
Yes, just leave it low.
Yeah!
Oh my god. It does bounce.
I can't tell if I'm going fast or not. Tongue was hanging out, but it was. Oh. There's the bumps. Man, these guys, nerves of steel back in the day. They'd race on sand, asphalt, concrete, dirt, mud. It didn't matter. They just wanted to go fast. I gotta try to figure out this corner.
A little faster. 2706 is that one. Now he's sending it.
Oh, it automatically shifted. I could just only imagine being door to door with cars like this. Very little control. Oh, it had to have been just a hoot.
I accidentally deleted it, so now I don't know what it was that you ran.
Oh, that's
no,
all right.
Just kidding. Lap 9, you ran at 2482.
It's hard to stop.
Smells.
She's hot.
Smells like brakes real bad.
I was double footing it.
Oh.
Trying to get the front to...
I seen you start taking the higher line.
Yeah. Could you imagine being within 20 cars, just like... You know, some of them are smoking cigars, like...
The tires are off the ground half the time.
I
so
know.
When you turn, you're like, is it actually turning?
Do you see what I'm talking about? The front?
Oh my god. It's way more... It looks way more violent, though, than it feels in the car, I think.
Well, she was just floating out there.
rust falling everywhere. Well, there you have it. For a little of nothing, we pulled this 55 Pontiac out of the trees, got it running again, made it to the track, drove to the track, we raced it around the track, and now we're actually going to drive it home. Put some basic maintenance items on it, spark plug wires, cap, rotor, brake master cylinder, and ran some new lines, rubber hoses. We put a fuel cell in it. We never touched the coolant, not even the hoses or anything. None of the shocks, none of that stuff. We did throw on some white letter BFGs, some 15x8 steel wheels, the beautiful artwork by Browder, and then the Vice Grip Garage clear coat just transformed this car entirely. Never even touched the interior, but that's what's great about this is for basically nothing, we have a fun running, driving classic back on the road.
That looks great.
Well, that's going to do it for this episode of Roadworthy Rescues, but be sure to stay tuned. There's plenty more to save. Hey, we rented this track. We might as well use it up.
Absolutely.
Do some more laps?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
All right, let's do it.